Yo. Hold up. Hold up. I just took a shower. Hold up. 1 second. Oh fuck. Holy shit. Ah. Okay. Oh my god. Yo yo yo. Sorry. How long has it been? 13 minutes. It's not that long. We're good. Ah. God damn. I need to get myself a hair dryer. Holy shit. Keep forgetting about that. Okay. What's up, Lucas and Onesen? Hello, hello. How you guys doing? Oh my god. Just shower from cock. What? But yeah, I just took a shower. Ah. Kind of rush it. Just make sure I'm clean. Starting to think that maybe I'm overdoing my exercise because whenever we do the fucking dance thingy, I'm the only one that's always fucking sweating like fucking hell. God damn. Sweating. Yeah. From dance, from exercise. 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 Exorcism. Holy shit. Alright. Let's hype it up a little bit. Oof. Give me a sec. Shit, I forgot my password. Chat, what was my password again? Funny. I actually forgot my password. Hold up. $69 your mom. Very funny lol. 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 Is it this? Is it this? No. Oh shit. I actually forgot my password. What the fuck? Oh my god, I actually forgot my password. Losing me. Okay. This has all right. Holy fucking screenshots. God damn. There's so many. Happy 420. Oh shit, it is! Oh my god. Ah shit, it could be my title. Wait, I need a new title. 420 blaze it, bro. That's so corny. What's up, Zay? How you doing? Yeah, bro. Blaze it, my dude. I'm high. Nice. How high are you? What about you, my dude? How you doing? I'm chilling. I'm chilling. A little bit exhausted. Not really exhausted, like energy well spent because I exercised for a little bit earlier. Feels pretty good. Feels pretty nice. A decent workout to get through the day. My muscular man. Okay, maybe not mascular. Like you gotta chill with the expectation there. Nothing like that. I feel like my drawing of Aquila yesterday still tops. Good plan. God damn, she's a beauty. Yeah, that testosterone don't walk. What a goth mom woman with big titties hugging me. I'll send you a photo of mine if you want. uh, that's quite challenging, but I'll give it a try because I'm not really good at drawing like hugging posts or like 2% interaction thingy, mind you. So, but I'll give it a try. Kiss my chick or something. Okay, I think I can do that. I'm down. Hold up, yeah. Hold up. Need to refill my drink. Give me a sec. Goth woman, big titty. Big titty goth girlfriend. Were you the one that requested big titty goth girlfriend hugging Pepe? Or Peppo? Like, long ass time ago? I swear to God. Yes. Alright. Now we know someone who had a thing with big titty goth girlfriend. Gotcha. Now it's my turn.ちょっと待ってね。She's a maniac, maniac on the floor. She's a maniac. Goddamn, looking good, my dude. Looking fine. Sheesh. You can go out and find your own big titty goth girlfriend if you want to, man. Okay, I'm gonna try, yeah? No, mind you, I'm gonna turn you into a fucking anime. So, yeah. She's a maniac, maniac, I don't know. Let's figure out first. This is expecting that. Well, yeah. You know how I draw, basically. Okay. Okay. Maniac, I don't know. Okay, hold up. We need some jammers. Oh, this is a jammer. Never mind. If another pick, let me know. That's enough. Should be. Your phone picture is actually very fucking clear. What phone are you using? B20? B20. What is that again? Redmi? Or is it H something? Huawei. Okay, yeah. I think that phone's like a little bit popular at some point here as well. Because I remember hearing the P20. It's like the option for a lot of people. I ended up getting is that I was considering getting that as well, but I ended up getting a Xiaomi Redmi Note, which is around the same price. I forget why I decided on Xiaomi Redmi. But I want to get an iPhone. The quality and design is pretty good from the phone to the interface. True. Like an iPhone is like what you see is what you get type of shit. Like what you buy is what you get. No hassle and all that shit. Xiaomi is decent. It's basically, well, I don't know now, but like a couple of years ago, it's like the iPhone counterpart for Android in terms of like competition, because they're trying to be like iPhone, but with a much more affordable price and shit like that. Of course, still different, but they get the job done basically. Mm, okay. Are you perhaps a fellow Xiaomi user, Onsen? Are you a fellow Xiaomi enjoyer? But I don't think Xiaomi is like at the top of the market anymore, or in terms of like budget Android or like mid range. I don't think they're the option to go to when it comes to flagship though. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. By Rats brand phone. What's my brand? God, I'm so horny. All right, TMI. Coq brand. Good one. Honestly, if I can make a one, I probably do that. Yeah. No, Xiaomi used to have a good spec and price performance. True, true. Maybe not anymore. Maybe not anymore. Like I remember Xiaomi names was everywhere when I was still in college, which was like almost 10 years ago. I guess not anymore now. If budget, then avoid flagship brands. You can get similar spec with half of the quarter for price of price. For example, Xiaomi and such. SGC has heating problem. Apple too much exclusivity. True. I mean, there are no perfect fucking, you know. 1 second. Bum, bum. Oh my fucking.
Eat
Bro.
bits.
Eat bits.
Oh my fucking heart. Uh Dude, okay. This is fucking. It's not even Saturday, it's not even a horror stream. Uh Kaylin! With the 1,000 gemstone. That fucking scares me every fucking time. Because no one literally do this but you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, much love. That's a lot of fucking bitsies. Raddtrap H in the chat for Kaylin. Thank you, thank you. Much love. How you doing, Kay? Oh my god. The audio is still doubling. I see. I hear Brian and then I hear Weeb voice. Hold up. I'm replying message real quick. Okay. Alright. Working my ass off. I know. Good luck. You got this. I believe. And you know, actually I don't know if you do you have any sketch requests? Because right now I'm actually doing some sketch requests queue. Let me check it. After this, if you did, I'll put you on a prioritize. Well, it's not like prioritize, since you know there's not much either. I have a random one, yeah? Okay. I got you then, I got you. A2 win? No, it's not that. We're prioritizing people that's in the chat. Then we'll go through. You know what I mean? Sketch femboy anatomy. Fuck me. Alright, I kept my word. I will. Oh my god. God damn it. Alright. Okay. Challenge accepted. No. I kept my word. Challenge accepted. Oh my god. Once again, raddtrap dug his own grave. Oh my god. Good one. Oh, it's a jammer. Okay, I'm not quite sure how do I draw your hair, but I'll figure it out. You get a hair that is not very anime, so it's gonna be quite a challenge for me. But I'm down. Yeah, like this side's short, right? Like faded. Oh shit, wrong layer. Did I hear sketch requests on Rat stream? Crazy, right? Okay. Don't say it as if like I never do it, alright? Sure, I do it like once a month. Oh.
Obama, do you know that Rad scream the best scream? I am Obama and this is my favorite stream.
I am Obama and this is my favorite stream.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Obama, for 200 bits and the very kind word about my stream. God damn. Ex-president of the United States. is a viewer of raddtrap. Real. Thank you, Obama. Thank you for the 200 bitsies. Thank you, Obama. Ooh.
Linus, it would the best if the TTS wasn't this scuffed.
It would the best if the TTS wasn't this scuffed.
Oh, you miss your chance saying, you know what is not scuffed? Our next sponsor, NordVPN. Come on, the Linus Tech Tips segue. Yeah, I need to fix that. Hold up. Let me see if I can fix it real quick. But you know, what's not scuffed? Our segue to the next sponsor. Pee pee poo poo. Let me see. For the bitses should be fast. I get it and I don't know what to do with it. And I don't know what to do with it. I got you up in a reality. Alright, should be good. Using me. Get chills when you leave my body. Leave my body.
You know what I can segue?
Your mom.
Okay. Oh my god. Wait. What? What was that? Oh, I think I misclicked. Wait, did I misclick? I hear it twice for some reason. Ah, it's okay. Thank you for additional 400 bitsies. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh wait, I hear.
Co.
Okay, this is getting dumb. God damn it. Thank you. For total of 1600 bitsies. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm glad you guys are having fun with the TTS. Oh my god. Cock. I got you. Leave my body. When you're not inside me. I get chills when you leave my inside me. When you're not inside me. Ooh, what the fuck? Bum 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 bum. Nani? Oh. Right, do I look breedable? No comment. I no comment. Thank you. Oh my god. Kanye?
I got this new anime plot, that's it going. There's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious honkers, a real set of bad honkers, begging it to some dumb ronkers, massive tuna bad colors, big old ton, the cowgirls.
He fucking rap, I forgot! Oh my god. It sounds so scuffed. Okay, that's a good one. Holy shit. I did not expect that. I thought he just gonna talk. I got this new anime plot. Oh. God damn it. Thanks, Kanye. Very cool. Indeed, indeed. Oh my god. What the fuck? Shit. I'm running out of air. Calling out Mayday. Calling out Mayday. Tell, is anybody there? Save me, I'm running out of air. Calling out Mayday. Calling out Mayday. Mm. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Here comes a really good song. Give me one last kiss. Oh, 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 oh. 触れたくないこと。Oh, oh, 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 oh. I love you more than you'll never know. I love you and you'll never know. Oh, can you give me one last kiss? I don't know what to be. Wrong layer again. I got the oh 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 oh. I should more than you'll ever know. Oh 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 oh. I love you more than you'll ever know. How do I forget how to draw a mustache? Dung, 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 dung. You're making me so hot. I'm just applying what's already there. Alright. Nothing's changed. Boom, 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 boom. I forgot how to draw goatee. Uh, Oh. Uh, Someone did a coach. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know how to draw a beard anymore. It's been a while, I forgot. So hopefully this is. Well, I should actually. Okay, I get an idea. Let's see. My beard's so fucked up anyway. Eh, don't worry, same. This pandemic beard. I did go to a barber soon. I could do a complete. I'm thinking about doing a complete clean shave, like baby face, back to baby face again. Everything's gone. Probably shave my head as well. Maybe not bald, but like very fucking thin, very fucking short. So right now my fucking my fucking beard is quite a fucking mess. I'm not gonna lie. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's actually kind of good practice as well because I'm actually really bad, or I just really rarely draw. Only recently, I rarely draw like more than one person in one drawing. But it's actually good practice. I'm gonna buy that roll with small needles that fix your beard. Heard it works. Oh, I think I know what you mean. Draw one girl on top of another, please. Girl stacking, girl docking. Whoa! Okay, chill, chill. Oh my god. Girl docking. Holy shit. Oops. Hold up. What's my sketch earlier? Oops. There we go. It's actually kind of fucking cute. Hold up, I gotta change. I'm a new day right away. I'm a wild out away. All of you back home. My friend can't even What's up, Mary? How you doing? Ah, it's times like these you learn to live again. It's times like these to live and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these and time again. I am a moving frozen. I have a It's times like these to live again. It's times like these to give and give again. To be able to draw like a lips. Ah, ah, ah. It's times like these you learn to live again. It's times like these you give and give and give. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, it's time and time again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these and time again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, give and give. Ah, man, I miss Foo Fighters. Rest in peace.
Sad in Japanese is Sag.
That's true. I'm gonna miss Foo Fighters, man. Sag. Tyler Hawkins. Rip. Rip a hands. I wonder if they're gonna come back with a new drummer or they're gonna settle with it. Koklak. Coxin. What's up, guy? How you doing? I don't think they will. Yeah, it's gotta be. It's really hard to replace Taylor. He's such a legend, dude. So fucking sad when I heard the news. But at the same time, they're also at the age where usually rock band retire as well. So there's a big chance they might retire.
Who is that man? Binoculars.
That man's very handsome. He's in the chat. People blush. Okay, I might not be able to draw the big titty part of the goth girlfriend here, but I think I get the cap, the essence. Make Booba wrap the arm. It's not gonna work though. It's gonna look weird. Let me try. I need a ride from you. From you. From you. It's gonna look weird. It's gonna look weird, chat. I don't know. It's not gonna look right. I don't know. Separate them a little bit more, but I cannot. Hold up. I got room in my ice cream cake. Uh, because I make you know, as if like she's behind, she's kissing from behind. So it kind of makes sense that the booba is not that obvious, but hmm. Mm, okay, let me try, yeah. Any card, J card, any heart. Farewell, 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 farewell. Yeah. I guess that works. It's kind of like a squish. I don't know, this is a very specific angle. Any card, any card, any heart. Farewell, 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 farewell. Mm. Oops. Hold up, everything's gotta get shifted now. Cannot get it right. Yeah, I ain't shit, I ain't shit. Okay, let me try something. Okay, that works. Oh, I don't want to put too much detail on the sides. Me. Love is my fucking ego. Do 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 do. To look more goth, maybe draw a line in the middle of her hair so it looks like it's painted with two colors. Oh yeah, don't worry. We're getting there. Don't worry. For the shading style. Since doing color is gonna takes too much time, I'm gonna do a grayscale while still making her looks goth. Got this, no worries. And then, okay, wait, maybe darker. Hmm. How do you do the? You know what I'm going for, right, chat? The fading color, the faded color thingy. That's very goth.
And here we found a pepica. This rare breed is only found at twitch.tv/raddtrap.
The fuck? Holy shit. Good one, narrator. Thank you for 200 bits, Onsen. You cuck. Yeah, I think that's good. I think we nailed it. There you go. Request number 1. That's kind of wholesome as fuck. Holy shit. I love drawing this kind of thing. Fuck yeah. Kissing and holding hands. Let's go. Cute shit. Booba kind of nerf for a goth girl. Yeah, I know, but it just act like, you know, it's huge. Omega huge. Hold up, where's your request earlier? Just it. Oh yeah, I did miss it. Fuck. Oh, never mind. No Oh! Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh my god, how can I forget? Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, this is very, very important. Oh my god, that's so fucking good. Perfecto. It's like a motif. God damn. Usually it will be like a roses or something like that. But I'm not gonna draw some roses in there. There you go. Ah, my god. So cute, so cute. There you go. Sketch request number 1 by Zay. Let me post it on the Discord. God, I wish I know the lyric for this song. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god, I almost leaked something. Oh. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just like my own thingy thing, face thingy. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Your own cook. I like how you're so enthusiast. No. I took a bunch of reference pic in VR chat, and there's so many of it. I don't know if all of them are safe or not. So I gotta curate it. Momunil% Conchongelo Alitalia Milado. Slow it down, take a break. Research exactly. She or anything between. I have some space to can breathe. Alim Kugo Chamkan Nani Chapulago so I can escape. Oh, maybe this time go slow, yeah. Chamcha go shippo, I need my charger. Alright. Next one. Oh my god, I forgot. God. And you fuel me till I move. Oh my fucking money! Holy shit.
What's up guys, it's your cocksucker here. Just want to let you know that Mr. Raddtrap has a small cock and it's a fact.
Before we get into this cock stream, make sure to let Rad know that your mom is in lttstore.com.
Oh my god. Go slow. Thank you for the $2 pain. I love that. That's fucking amazing. I need my charger. Sen Gonjonjela. Mom and young percent Gonjonjela. Oh. Mom and young percent. Mom and young percent. Mom and young percent Gonjonjela. You can change it if you want. Was for the memes. I think I can do something with it. Let me think. This is just too good, I know, right? I can make it work. Hold up. Okay. I think I got some ideas. Let me see. I think I got some ideas. Let me think. You're my one only shit. Hold on to some fanboy actings. You know. Dude, why is my stomach... Ah! Is it because of the milk earlier? I did drink too much. Chat, I gotta go. You know, gotta go to the toilet real quick. Um, Give me like 5 minute, 5 minute ish. All right, give me 5 minute. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. 5 minute, 5 minute. I swear. Da, 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 da. Ah. Oh god. Okay. Jesus Christ. It's really hard being a lactose intolerant when your favorite drink is cafe latte. God damn it. Alright. Holy shit, bro. Boom. Boom. Come back, thank you. Alright. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, so remember my idea. This is so dumb. Alright, back to the drawing. Fuck, this is so dumb. Hold up, you guys will see. It's kind of funny in my head right now. Cause it's kind of dumb. No, not your sketch request, my idea on how to draw it. You'll see, you'll see. You'll figure it out. Oh my god. Do you remember me? Like you stole on one of mine. Can keep it. You're a little too close, too far away. It's much too early, too far away. Time to hold now. You walk away. Oh, it's such a good song. You're a little too close, too far away. It's too late. Too old now. Just too late. Walk away. Just sail away with me. Anything, anywhere. Cause to cloud into inside my head. I can summon my own. Beck, what you drawing? Some anatomy. Oh shit, I might need to extend this. Hold up. Oh, let's click. Okay. Oh my god. So dumb. Oh shit. I didn't know how to be a little bit off. Kinda awkward. Considering the context of the sketch. Ah yes, interesting. Hey, what's up, Akila? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Got home from work, did some gardening, and am now eating. Nice. What you got? Okay, it's kind of ironic, but I'm kind of off with the anatomy as well in this drawing. Shit. Kind of weird. How about you guys? All Gucci? We chillin'. I'm chillin'. I'm chillin'. Just doing some drawing and stuff. You know how it is. You know how it is. Hold up. About I hope I can do this though. Okay. I want to be just like you, just like you. Just a simple German dinner, bread, sausage, and sliced cheese. God damn. I wish that's my simple dinner. Dude, I do love some of that sausage and cheese. Ooh. There's some good stuff. Some meat and some sticky cheese. Dude, cheese are the best, I swear to God. There's nothing compared to cheese. My eyes are still glued. Nice. Booba. Whoa. What is this remix? Or a cover, I guess. Get lost on glancing in the dark. Follow me, I'll end up in my arms. You don't really look back. I don't need signs. Can you? Give me reasons we should be complete. You should be within, I can't complete. Reluctant me, I got with someone else. Oh wow, can't you see? I don't wanna slow dance in the dark. Hmm? Yeah? If you know, you know. Hold up, let me finish it. The skit's not done yet. See? Well, yeah, for some people it's gonna be obvious. But you haven't even seen the whole drawings. Don't worry. In the dark. Was away on business trip for too long. My cheese got moldy. Doesn't it mean it's gonna taste even better? Cause get it fermented, right? Or is that not how it works? It's probably not how it works, Sag. H like a fine. Not this cheese, I see. I mean, who knows? Right? You never know, man. The extra flavor. Ah, oh, shit, you're right. The braid. God, fucking braids. A test of might I must overcome. Oh, it's a jammer. Vomit. Oh shit, Zelda. I hear that. Hey, listen. Hmm. 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 Damn, this song's a badass. Uh-huh. Oh, it's actually not done. I think I just put too much detail in this. That might take a little bit longer than it should be. There's actually still a missing part that I haven't done yet. Listen, it's it's you know, it's yeah. There's actually a combination of two references. This is drawing right now. One for the pose and the other one for the outfit. What the tier to get those references? It's not for public. It's not for public. I haven't even seen all of them yet, actually. I need to skim through. Sorry, it's mods proof. Shut the fuck up, Sin. Oh, fuck off. Listen. I may or may not gonna show the reference after the sketch finish. Just to it's part of the joke. God damn it, why did I put so much detail in this one? What privilege I don't see them. I didn't say it's fucking one sin. God damn it. Why did I do this to myself? For the lul, red, for the content. For the lulz. Everything that I said. I just want some femboy anatomy and even half clothes. Okay, there's no way I can. No, there's no way I can draw that. Okay. I mean, I can. Oh my god. That's. Oh boy. I mean, I guess I could. True. Cut you guys, I swear to God. Yeah, I'm already pushing myself in this one. Make sure you add the push for that. Oh my god, you guys. Count on me. Never count on me. Never count on me. Never count on me. Okay, I get the okay. Alright, I got an idea now. Alright. Oh my god. Alright, let's see if this is gonna work. Make us tofu proud. Stupukup. Gago. That's right, bitch. I've been learning some Tagalog while watching Millie. Tangina mo. Gago. Bastado. That's all I learned from Millie stream. The only Tagalog that's very significant is the fucking swear words. Holy shit, so good. Melee is Sam memes as a VTuber, I know. Despite she's being a fucking from fucking Canada. It's so fucking weird. Ang ina mo, gago. So I could make the face a little bit better. I'll do it later. Wait, I forgot what's my pants. Oh wait, I don't wear pants. I forgot about that. Oh my god. Easier to draw the bulge than. No, that is the complete opposite, if anything. I'm sorry to disappoint. The angrier a Filipino gets, the more emphasis there is not on the tongue, but tangina mo. Just put a minor. Okay, we gotta chill. We gotta chill. All right, you guys are fucking horny as shit. Holy fuck, chat. You guys are horny for a very wrong reason right now.
Rad is big all peodar cock.
Okay, I can definitely do face better. Hold on, it's not done yet. I might be a little bit over ambitious here, but I want to give it a try. Hold up, hold up. Trust me. They're almost like I'm drawing a fucking Dakimakura merch right now. This is so dangerous. Oh my god, what am I doing? And no, it's not gonna be a thing. Stop swiping your card. Oops. Okay. If it's Dakumakura one day NSFO. Chat, stop. You guys are so fucking. Oh my god. This is so wrong. Holy shit.
You unlock for tier 3 members Tomboy Raddick Imakura.
Nope. Nope, that is not a thing. Nuh-uh. No. That is not a thing. I am so sorry to disappoint, but that is not a thing. But thank you for the 200, by the way. No, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
where is his song?
Shut up. Is Sudo the only tier 3? True. Not wrong. Oh god. Ooh, oh, this is very interesting. Never really do this before, but it kind of works. You guys see this shit? Ooh, look at that. Oh my god! Yo, that's so fucking sick, though. You guys see what I'm trying to do here? Oh, bro, what the fuck? I feel like I'm a magician right now. Oh. It actually worked. Holy shit. You see where I'm going? Oh my god. This is actually amazing.
You're trying to do the X-ray vision so we can see the bulge binoculars, cat boom.
Now, I'm gonna try to stop before we get there. That's the thing. Because that's the prompt. Anatomy. So I will show some anatomy, but, you know, with cautious, obviously. Oh my god. I'm gonna place it over here, I guess. Cat boom. Now this is the hardest part. Hmm? Oh, I'm dumb. There you go. Actually, I could just pull up the sketch. Okay, we don't need that. Some of you guys in this chat probably don't really quite see why specific characters. Oh my god. So dumb though. So dumb. But I'll show the reference after this. Oh god. Oh my god, this is so scary. Uh Yo. Oops. Wrong layer. Okay, maybe a little bit too far. Oh shit. How do we make this so I can still show? Okay. It's too right in the middle. Okay. We not stop cocktail, we see cock. Unfortunately, that's not how it work here, man. No can do, sir. Monka jiga. Shit, I actually forgot the anatomy. Wait a fucking minute. No, no, no. I think that's fine. Mm. It's kind of hard because I actually have to do a very well anatomy to make this looks actually good. To make it looks convincing, you know. Okay, I might need extra reference. Hold up. Oh no. Ay 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 ay. Trying to sleep, might be back later. I don't know. Alright, dude. Have a good sleep, man. Thanks for stopping by. Take care. Oh my god. Whoa. Holy shit. Holy fucking macaroni. Dude, some artists are just out of this world. Holy fuck. Oh my god. That's insane. I better just see some. No promises, no promises. Go get some sleep. See you around. Good night. I should have do a reverse engineering this or reverse method. This kind of makes it a little bit harder. No, my anatomy is so fucking bad, bro. When it comes to male. Fuck. I didn't study more male anatomy, I'm gonna be honest. Been drawing too much booba. Time for reference, but I don't. Oh my god, chat. Oh, I want to show this to you guys so bad, but I cannot. Dude, the painting is insanely good. It's like some professional artist. Holy shit. Jesus. I'm jealous. Alright, let me just simplify this. Not good enough. Obviously need more practice. Dude, this is the most borderline thing that I've ever drawn probably right now on stream. My god. This is very, very borderline. Eh, nani? Oh. Oh my. Yeah, bet. Yeah, bet. Holy shit, bro. Why does it have to be a femboy? I'm drawing. If I'm drawing Booba here, it's gonna be a little bit harder to put the X-ray actually. So was it commission? Whoa. Oh my god. Yeah, my anatomy is bad, unfortunately, with male. So it doesn't look that convincing. It should look much more than this. Pull up. The hair should not be invisible. Let me put the hair over here. Yeah, bet. Alright, done I guess. I wish I could do better. I'm gonna be honest, but yeah. Can you draw a Rin full body with X-ray thing asking for a friend? I HP commission our thing. Asking for a friend. Listen, chat. I'm gonna be honest. I've done it before. What's up with the hands? Hungry? Huh? Oh shit, I forgot to draw the hands. No, but yeah, I used to do those commission, but not anymore because it's so fucking hefty. But I don't know, man. Maybe in the future, who knows? I actually found this like new place, new website for artists where it's basically like a social media for like artists with commission feature and everything, very complete. It's like deviant art, but very more modern. And that website have a very special feature called double profile. What that means is that you can set up one account with two sites, SFW and NSFW. And that is very fucking powerful. I'm telling you. I haven't checked it out quite fully, but among artists, there's been like a lot of people have been like, yo, you should give this a try. It's really cool. If I get there, if I've checked it out first, I'll let you guys know. What's the website? I forgot the name. Fuck. I literally just found it this morning. It's like but I haven't visited it. It's just like some artist's thread on Twitter. Like, yo, Twitter is kind of like shit right now. We should try this, guys. So it's like a bunch of recommendation of other alternative. And one of them that was really popular was that. No, not Skep. Skep is specifically for hiring commission. This one is basically imagine Twitter, but specifically for artists with artists features. So there is a menu for if you visit their profile, you can see like, oh, this guy draw this. The art style is this. He does, let's say, safe for work and not safe for work stuff. You know, so it's very artist-oriented Twitter. Imagine that. That's basically the website. All right, this is fun. I like to go through this more. Ants, no ends. No cocorbulgeology. No, I cannot, man. It's too sussy. Too sussy for Twitch. So it's a little bit, you know, going through the borderline. I'm not really in the mood to draw fingers right now. Okay, whatever. That's a hand. Alright. Done. Skeb, interesting. I want to check this website. Skeb also has the same stuff. Yeah, but Skeb is not really a social media. It's just a place. It's like a marketplace. Like you go to that place, and it's just like lists of people who offer commission. But in this other side, it's basically Twitter. So people, artists, still can share their shit. Like, oh, I draw this today, or they can even like post things that is not a drawing. So it's like a social media rather than a marketplace. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Damn, today's sketch request is very heavy, huh? Very, very heavy. Hello, what's up, Saints? How you doing? Sorry, I'm like busy day. Hey, no worries. It's just a stream. You can come and go whenever you can. No pressure, mate. No pressure. How you doing? All right, there you go. Oh my god. Thank you for the sketch request. Okay. Oh my god. What the fuck, man? It's kind of cool though. I like this thing. I would want to go further for that in the future. Maybe for a bigger project. It'd be fun. But send it in max resolution so I can start thinking Takimakuras. Please don't. I still use this avatar. It's gonna be so weird. My hand hurts a lot moving lots of sharp and heavy shit. Whoa. Very hard work. Alright, hold up. Can I actually show the... Oh my god. The reference from the earlier... Some of... the photographer is a little bit sussy. Jesus Christ, you guys. I don't know you guys take this much pictures. I gotta go with y'all and happy cook stream. Alright, Lucas. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Much love. I'll see you next one.
One cock is all it takes. Falling in love me. Possibilities.
Anyone read Dakimakura? $30 in shipping. Jesus! Alright, hold up. Reference is... Oh my... Dude, I cannot show half of these. What the fuck? Holy shit. So, okay, it's a combination of these. Wait, was it not pasting? Hmm? It doesn't work. No, I mean, it's aight. It's just I don't feel aight about it. God damn, you guys take really good pictures though. Holy shit. Thank you. Okay, this. uh. Oh my god. This. And where's the other one? Oh, I missed some details. Ah, whatever. I'll do it later. Oh, not that one. Kablam. This is really nice references though. God damn. Good shit. Good stuff, good stuff. Power of references, chat. The power of references. Isn't that cool? Yeah, the top and the right one, Mary took it. The bottom left is the one I took it myself. The model is, I don't know, it's some guy. I don't know him that well. It's just, you know, some guy kind of posts. It's kind of nice, but you know, I don't know him that much. Yeah. All right. Okay, that is the sketch request session of today. So we got very wholesome drawing and a very spicy drawing. This one's so wholesome. I like it so much. Goddamn. It's so cute. I like it. I need to draw more cute stuff. Draw me, please. Yeah, I need to do a little bit more elaborated, man. Alright. Good shit, chat. Good shit, brother. Oh my god. Ugh. Damn, only 2 though. I need to do more sketch requests. It's kind of fun. Some of you guys request some really crazy shit. Maybe we'll do it again on the weekend after like horror game or something. I'm down. We could. But for now, actually, do you guys got any videos? React Andy shit. Is there any videos and stuff? Because I'm about to eat actually.
Draw me.
React Andy, that's right. Any links? You can use the for sketch request shit. In the instead of TTS, you could use the sketch requests in the channel points. Yeah, it's actually a long queue. Like, let me show you. It's kind of my fault because I rarely do it, but second, let me show you guys. Ta-da! So yeah, I still got some stuff that I need to draw first. So these are the cues. God damn. So yeah, sketch requests in the channel points if you're interested in me drawing your stuff. Go ham. Or if you want you know, a little bit more detailed stuff. Open for commission, by the way. You can check out the details on the twitter.com/raddtrap. Check it out. Alright. Dude, I still cannot get over it. Where is it? This is so good, by the way. Holy shit. What the fuck? God damn. That's a really good picture. God damn. Good stuff, Mary. Good stuff. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Wait, we watched This Week in Video Games yesterday, right? What's the video says that I have... Oh my god, I'm in the wrong channel. Motherfucker. Okay, never mind. Ako gago. Tangina. Bobo. Ooh. Real Seeker got a new video. You can check that out. Okay, hold up. Let me click the links first. Bada bing, bada boom. I see some Millie videos there. Alright.
What is the...
ちょっと待ってね。Right image 100%. Oh boy. Welcome, Real Gaming. What's up? How you doing? Alright. First video we got...
What is the biggest barrier to entry for VR? It's probably the cost, lack of
this video is called How Is This Even Possible? Arpara 5K Micro OLED.
compelling software, shifts in general consumer interest, but besides all of those things, the biggest barrier to entry is probably how big VR is, size-wise. I've tried out some of the world's most advanced VR headsets at all levels, and one thing I've noticed is these things just keep getting bigger and bigger the more advanced they get. Very few companies are even trying to make super small form factor VR headsets, even though there is a market for it. However, some companies are. This is the Arpara 5K, currently the smallest Steam VR capable VR headset in production, making the current frontrunners of the VR headset market look like massive beasts. And using this thing, I feel like I'm touching the near future of VR technology. The size and form factor are so good.
They're so
but
small.
There is also a lot wrong here. And I'm hoping Arpara is listening here because this is something really special. And I feel like I'm only iterations away from ditching my 3-year-old Valve Index to use something like this. So why am I not switching now? Well, here goes. The Arpara 5K is an interesting device and pretty impressive specs-wise.
It's very Oculus.
Super light at only 200 grams without the cable. It's one of the first VR headsets in the world that I've had in my possession to utilize micro OLED displays, running at a resolution of 2560 by 2560 per eye, which kills the competition. Holds a max refresh rate of 120 Hz, has a wide enough field of view, manual IPD adjustment, diopter adjustment.
That's crazy.
On paper, this thing
Yeah,
is
I know.
spectacular
200.
and something I've dreamed of But specs on paper don't tell the whole story. A VR headset isn't just resolutions and technology, it's an amalgamation of tracking technology, comfort, software, etc. And we'll get on the
Of course it's gonna come with downsides.
soon. First, let's just talk about what's amazing about the RPARA 5K and what really sets it apart. I want to emphasize the importance of this headset's crown jewel, the displays. So to put things very simply, these past few years, there has been a massive shift in VR optic technology. The first wave of consumer VR headsets in 2016 all contained OLED displays, while basically 2019 on, the entire industry shifted to LCD displays. OLEDs have a far better contrast ratio, better colors, are more power efficient, but LCDs have the benefit of far cheaper fast switch displays in a more favorable pixel arrangement. The industry basically traded true blacks and better colors for faster refresh rates and no more screen door effect. A dark room or environment in an older OLED headset looks dark like it should, but it has screen door effect. That same environment in an LCD headset looks gray, but it's a lot clearer. And this is where the RPARA 5K is its absolute strongest. Utilizing brand new micro OLED displays, it has all the benefits of OLED and LCD.
Raddtrap's cock is also small and cute but has downsides, so can you dance?
Enabling high refresh rates, true blacks and better colors, all in a really small form factor. And this right here is the first micro OLED VR headset to hit production. Likely the very first in the next shift in VR display technology. And now that that importance has been stressed, I can talk about how good it actually is. It's almost like seeing VR all over again. I have been so used to the Index and Quest 2 where everything looks
Index is LCD, right?
Look black. And visiting my favorite VR chat worlds, hopping into Boneworks, Beat Saber, Half-Life Alyx feels like I'm in a familiar place, yet an unfamiliar place. The whole atmosphere is far closer to where it's supposed to be, and everything just feels different. Colors are really vibrant, and the deep black of space is actually, black. It's very immersive, and I don't think I quite expected a shift in contrast ratio and resolution to result in legitimately getting more immersed in VR, but it did. And I learned horror games are a lot scarier when you turn the lights out.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not perfect. Actually, it's very, very far from perfect. And here's where everything starts falling apart. The resolution is fantastic and the displays are super clear if you can get RPARA's diopter adjustment perfect. The RPARA uses pancake lenses, which are fine, but also on those pancake lenses are diopter adjusters. By adjusting this dial, you can change the focus of the lenses without needing any contact lenses or corrective glasses. The diopters take the place of a prescription. And that sounds amazing on paper if it worked properly all the time. And turns out it doesn't. You twist a dial to change the focus, but getting the focus exactly right all of the time is nearly impossible, leading to your image being blurry most of the time in some way. Plus, if the diopter adjustments are wrong, which it will almost always be slightly incorrect, that's essentially the exact same thing as looking through glasses with the wrong prescription. It's really bad for your eyesight short term and long term, actually dangerous. You may think you have the correct diopter settings, but it's actually a few % off. Your eyes and brain will self-correct to the wrong diopter, resulting in eye strain in and out of VR, and I don't think this is mentioned enough for this sort of optic. It's hard to get exactly right, and it's even harder to stay right there. But that's not all. The headset itself is solid enough. It's kind of a brick.
The mic sounds okay. I mean, better than a Vive or Vive.
The mic is okay, actually.
It does have built-in audio through the head strap, but you're really going to want to use headphones with the jack. However, everything else just feels like such an afterthought, like tracking. A base fundamental of a VR headset in 2022 is that it needs good tracking, like spectacular tracking. You can't mess up that at all. And stock out of the box, the RPARA is expected to be tracked with the bane of all modern tracking existence, no-low tracking. 180-degree tracking, these terrible controllers. Look, last time I gave no-low a solid go, I actually got motion sick for one of the first times in VR. Luckily, I don't have to use no-low with the RPARA. RPARA wisened up and realized that for modern headset tracking, you either do camera tracking or you do Steam VR laser tracking. There are no other good alternatives, at least not in the consumer market.
Now.
So, RPARA has developed the RPARA Tracker, a Steam VR tracking module add-on, allowing you to use full base station tracking and turn this into into, like I said, the smallest Steam VR tracked headset out there. And it works actually really great, besides it falling off constantly and occasionally disconnecting. And this is what I mean by everything feeling like an afterthought, but it just keeps adding up, like your eyes. Well, I mean, technically it fits everybody. Tracking, Nolo sucks, but hey, we have this. And it sort of works as long as you don't move too fast. You've got a cloth strap and this upgraded strap that doesn't stay on the headset or your head at all because of bad manufacturing. Facial interface is probably one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever put on my face. The tether is way too short, the brightness is way too low.
Oh my god, so many.
Green? Why does your software suck? Why am I staring at my desktop when I should be looking at VR chat anime girls? Wait, hold on. I can fix this. The Steam VR tracking on the tracker is perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with it. It just falls off, and I can fix that. The diopter settings.
You actually glue it together.
What I was prescribed, I can fix that. The cable length is too short. I have another cable. I can fix that. Brightness is too low, and everything has a weird green tint. One firmware update, and Arpara sort of fixed that. I mentioned to Arpara that the facial interface is the worst thing to ever grace my face, and turns out Arpara knew, and they made an upgraded one and are instead shipping all future headsets with that facial interface and upgrading all existing interfaces. And it was when I accidentally sat in No Man's Sky for more than an hour after all of my fixes with the initial intention of just recording 15 minutes of gameplay footage for this video that I realized, hey, this isn't so bad. Actually, I like this. This is enjoyable. It's not perfect, and this headset has a lot of shortcomings, but all of the shortcomings should be incredibly easy to fix. They are a lack of attention to detail or maybe a lack of experience. But I'm telling you right now, fix these things, Arpara, and you have a solid headset, like a very solid headset that I would legit
I wonder how
use,
much is this?
And I want the Arpara to be a solid headset. It's $700, which is expensive, but in the grand scheme
he just did it twice. What the fuck with this timing?
Of things, it's only a little more expensive than an Index. And I want to point something out that's kind of important here. Right now, can you think of any other company that is or will be selling any headset like this or has announced something like this? A super small form factor, really high resolution micro OLED Steam VR base station tracked headset. This is kind of a dream, and I could be as hard on it as I want, but shit, this is kind of what I asked for. It's just not nearly as good as I want. But I can at least give credit to Arpara for trying, and I'll do my part to state where my grievances are. Just get rid of Nolo, bake the Steam VR tracker onto the headset from the factory, cutting down on weight, wires, and
Nolo
parts,
company.
stress the importance of knowing and properly setting your diopter settings so that things can actually be clear and you're not killing people's eyes. Make a better facial interface and really focus on making a baller head strap. There's no point in having a VR headset that doesn't stay on your head, and give people a proper length cable from the box, because I'll be real guys, beyond all of the shortcomings, I enjoyed my time using the Arpara once I fixed everything for them. I sat in No Man's Sky and VR chat pretty awestruck, to be honest, because everything was super vivid. Blacks were deep and dark and mysterious, colors popped, and I saw myself being able to use this headset for a long period of time. Micro OLED is where it's at, and this sort of form factor, tiny super light VR headsets, is where PC VR needs to be. But in all my time using this headset, can I really recommend the Arpara? Sort of. If they fix a lot of things, everything I just mentioned, or you don't mind fixing it for them like I did and you have money to spare, the Arpara 5K Micro OLED with the Steam VR tracker is a plenty usable headset. It works, and it works pretty well, and it's actually pretty great in terms of visuals and weight and size and tracking. But like I said, it's not perfect, and there's a lot to be improved on. I can give a lot of credit to Arpara for doing the thing that nobody else is doing, and I want to see this headset become the best it can be. And while I can't recommend this over an Index now, I mean, I'm still using an Index is what I'm saying. If everything was fixed and a much better microphone was integrated and better Steam VR stability was thrown in, I'd be seriously thinking about which headset I'd be daily driving. But I did want to mention something, and here's some insider information for, I guess, everybody. I can't say who it's coming from or when or exact details, but this type of headset, except way better, is coming, and it's not from who you think it is. It's real, and it's coming. I've even tried it. Micro OLED technology in this form factor is exactly the sort of thing that I want in a premium PC VR headset, and with the Arpara, we're like 80% of the way there. It's just all attention to detail now.
I wonder
We
what is
have
he
the
talking about.
technology, we have the headset, it's viable to be sold to consumers. Here's proof. Now, the competition is on to see who can make the best one, because so far, besides a $7,000 Vario, nothing really comes close to visual clarity like this. It's crystal clear, gorgeous, small, and light, and even if the overall form factor of a headset doesn't get smaller, it leaves a lot of room for other technology to be thrown in that we've been waiting for to come to a PC, like face tracking and eye tracking. So I guess I'll wait and see if Arpara fixes some of these things, and if they do a massive overhaul, I'll definitely revisit it, and maybe I'll even use the Arpara occasionally at home. I enjoyed using it after making all of my adjustments with a hot glue gun, and if you're that kind of person, maybe you'll like it too. Just know it's not perfect. Amazing in some ways, but flawed in others. Hopefully you enjoyed this one, and I'll try and...
Good shit. I mean, yeah, I feel like $700K, $700 is like, yeah, I mean, you know, for what it is too much, but they probably justified it because of the features. I don't know. Still though, even for like 600 or 500, it's still kind of like, you know, all the shortcomings a little bit too annoying, I feel like, to even like consider it. But I don't know. I might be wrong. Alright, next one.
What I have here is a really hot...
Vaporizing chicken in acid? The fuck?
And scary mixture of sulfuric acid and hydrogen peroxide,
Why?
Also known as piranha solution, and this is just a regular chicken drumstick.
Monka giga.
I've been really curious to know what it would do to a piece of chicken, and I'll just carefully lower it in. Almost immediately, it started bubbling, and the reaction slowly got more and more violent.
Okay.
I was a bit worried that it would spill out of the beaker, which would have been a huge disaster. It thankfully started calming down though, which was good, but once it had cleared up, I was absolutely horrified by what I saw. The entire part that was in the acid was gone. Everything, including the bone, had apparently been removed, and it was almost like the drumstick had been sliced in half. I then continued adding peroxide, and the reaction started getting violent again. The piranha solution was vaporizing anything that was made of carbon and turning it into CO2 gas. It was also apparently dissolving the bone, which is something I really didn't expect.
That's kind of scary. Ugh.
When I eventually stopped adding the peroxide, I was actually shocked by what I saw. There was absolutely nothing left, and I think this is one of the most terrifying things I've ever done.
Okay, that's some mafia in the chat also like writing down notes. Okay, this is how we're gonna do it next time. Okay, no evidence. Jesus Christ, man. Okay.
All right, guys, welcome back to another one.
What is this? 1.04 update has broken Elden Ring. Huh?
So, brand new update just dropped today, 1.04. Now, ever since this update, there's been a lot of weird things happening in Elden Ring. Have a look at what just happened to me today, within 2 minutes ago actually, with the fire giant, and I'll explain what the hell is going on.
What the hell? Huh? Wait, huh?
What the fuck?
Wait, what? Wait.
So yeah.
Wait, what? Bleep? So, huh? Okay, what?
What the fuck?
How?
So yeah. Pretty much any boss that has a second phase. I don't know about all bosses, but mainly right now with second phase bosses. So for instance, Fire Giants or Godskin Duo that have a second phase instantly die when you have some kind of effects on them, bleed, poison, freeze.
Oh, that's a really
you know,
bad
anything
bug.
like that does damage over time. As soon as you do that and they go into the
I don't think it's gonna work on Melania though.
Die. Now the Elden Beast does have one as well, where he basically
because the second phase is another brand new HP, is it not?
On Twitter, from someone that did
like it's not half.
Duo and instantly killed them. So we're seeing this clip on Twitter from Dino Singel. Someone tweeted it out with the caption 1.04 has ruined Elden Ring. So let's have a look exactly what happened here.
Okay, that's.
So yeah, shout out to Dino Singel. I'll leave his link down on the screen because I'm actually using some of his content, obviously. So yeah, it's very, very strange. So basically, like I mentioned, have an effect or use an effect on a boss that has a second phase. Once that effect is active and they do go into their second phase, they just instantly die. Now this most likely will be happening to, obviously, the Fire Giant. Elden Beast also has one where they just don't move. The Elden Beast just is stationary and you can kill him. Renala, Morgot, Margit, Godfrey most likely this happening to as well as the Godskin Duo. Now there's another weird glitch happening with, maybe this is the reason why it's happening. Some of the boss health bar is just completely grayed out sometimes. Maybe that's doing something with the damage multiplier. It's glitching out or something is happening. I really don't know why. Now for a lot of people, maybe some of you guys as well that haven't gotten to a certain boss yet.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that bleed damage?
This bug can ruin second phase for a lot of people because second phase is the main part that's a boss changes completely. It's the second phase.
That's
obviously.
nasty.
Cool things happen and it's just gonna get ruined when they, you know, proc some kind of ability on them or an effect and they just instantly die and that boss is ruined forever. So yeah, hopefully they do actually make a difference. So this is why I upload these things, so maybe they see it, maybe not, but
Jesus, man,
it's people talking about it and they will fix it hopefully. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Hopefully this.
Okay, that's I mean, I guess if you want to enjoy the game fully, I think better off just wait for the fix, because actually some of the boss second phase are actually fun to fight. So might need to wait.
Hello, I am a professional agent
this guy again.
specializing in failure management. Today, we look at some psychological punishment. Very effective if your child has emotion. First, we have the talk back trap. You say something stupid to bait the reply. Getting 99% in math is how you become homeless. Then, we wait for your son to say literally anything. 99% was the highest in the class. Bam, got him. What the hell you say? Huh? You talking back to me, huh? Okay, I wasn't talking. That's why playing PlayStation makes you unemployed. Okay, I'll go study. What the hell you talking back to me, huh? No, I was only agreeing with. That's what happens when you hang out with failures.
Don't say. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say anything.
Hello, I'm a professional agent that's specializing in failure.
Okay, dude. Okay, are you gonna bring this into this fucking react, Andy? Really? Really? Okay, fine. Sure.
Di ako nagluluto. Sino dito marunong magluto? Taas ang kamay!
Fucking love her.
Dito kasi sa Canada, no? Nice! Dito sa Canada, may certain age na kailangan umalis ka na sa bahay para maging independent ka, no? Pero that doesn't really mean na umalis ka sa bahay is na penalize ka ng magulang more anything. It's just like you wanna, gusto mo lang maramdaman yung no, kalayaan. So, kapag nakatira ka na mag-isa, medyo ma-appreciate mo yung ginagawa ng magulang mo sa'yo. So, like, nagluluto ng pagkain, naghuhugas ng na sarili mong damit, naglalaba palalaba ang tawag. Yung grocery, kung ano yung gumagawa.
It kind of thing in Southeast Asia in general.
Meron ba ritong nakatira na mag-isa sa ano? Ano ba nakatira I can't Tagalog. Nakatira and living independently na walang tulong ng kanilang magulang.
But then again, I guess it depends on the parents.
Ilang taon? Ilang taon na kayo? If you don't mind me asking, yung mga nakatira mag-isa. Feeling ko sa Pilipinas, you live alone or you live independently at the age of maybe 23? Pero 18 years old, ano na, no?
No.
Kasi dito, umalis ako
I think America does that.
Age of, why would they say? Secret.
Okay, good one. I like how you bring Millie into this Ria Candy. Again! Okay, what's this?
TTS が出ましたけど。こんにちは、これから本体はないです。この放送は今から私のものです。
Oh no, they also have the TTS.
TTS にとっては開目が難しそうなんです。はい、怪人アイペスクペリンだわいて。あつくさじゃないか。TTS ってあれだよ。ドネーションするときにメッセージを送りますよね。韓国のそのサポートのプラットフォームの中でトネーションっていうそこで
It's everywhere.
TTS を作る機能ができたって。
AI TTS.
メカイナです。お前らお金足せや早く。やめて何言ってんの。いやなんかめちゃくちゃクソガキみたいんだから困るんだよな。口悪。はいエブリオン君もにめにもにプリーズ。シクロはうるさいよ。イングリッシュ。日野は素直になれない子だからね。イバチチは嬉しいでしょう。早くお金足せやお金。お金好き要請。私はお金嫌いじゃないけどこんなにお金って言わないよ。まったくクソガキこのクソガキ。怒った殴りたい怒った怒ってないよ。面白すぎるでしょ。面白いけど。Hello everyone, today I'm going to cook seppi nights into escargot. やめて stop escargot stop. ここで現状の酔いがするでってかわいいビニピナがいにきました。あたたたくなれんあたたたくなれん오늘도 잘 타고 있구나. 선배 그냥 보이면 때려주세요. 정말 제가 대신 죄송합니다. 때려주세요. こんなにかわいいメカイナを殴るつもり血も涙もないよね。血も涙もないのはそっちでしょ。ちゆ先輩の角を星にことします。おいこれはきらまぶしい。止められないんだよな。命がけでトゥエラ大丈夫ひなの甘く見ているだけだから他の配信では暴らないや。嘘つくなよ。昨日先輩の配信とかでめちゃくちゃ暴れてるの見たんだからね。バレたかバレてるバレバレなんだよ。
It was actually good.
なんか自分の TTS と会話してる。セピナはイチチです。うるさいお前は全身タイツ着てるくせにそんなこと言うんじゃねえよ。みんな今日はスパチャがあまりないですね。かかりです。いやそんなこと言っちゃダメでしょ。うわもうまったく感謝しなさいよ。見てくださるだけで感謝しなさいよ。まったく何言ってんの。絡まないで。パクパクパキューパキュー悪口やめて。メカイナが口悪いってメカイナはひなの鏡だからだよね。いや
This is the true wondrous of TTS.
でもピナから生まれたやん。それは事実なんだけど勝手に悪口言ったりはそんなに炎上になったりしないよ。
Alright, this is a long one. Alright, go to the next one. Oh my god, someone Linganito? Bro! Alright, we gotta go loud for this one. Dude, I haven't heard from Ichika for so long. Oh my god. Wait, hold up. Is this like his latest video? It is. Oh my god. Alright, well. I basically watch every single of his video. But I mean, like, I haven't watched like all of his old videos. Like, I get exposed to watch most of his video. Holy shit. I love his guitar, dude. I love his guitar style. Oh my god. Enough. God damn, I love Ichikanito so much, dude. God damn. I would do anything to be able to play like that. Alright. My last ling? What do you mean? This one, no? Was it?
It does! It's the best day ever!
Whoa, what is this? Apex?
I'm so happy. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. I know I mentioned this a ton in the title, but this right here is real. Wait. It works and it gets me so excited because it applies to literally everyone. I'm going to be working through this pretty quick. I don't want to waste your time. I'm going to show you ASAP how to do it. I promise. Video will be timestamped.
Wait, how?
I saw this first in another video and have a link down in the description to reference. Let's show you how to enable this because it is technically a bug, but please respawn. Let's take a moment. Please let us have this one. Please, peeps, you need to comment why we need to keep this. It's harmless S is in the test range, so it's like single player. As far as I know, it doesn't hurt the servers or anything. It helps players improve in practice. It gives console players a unique
what the fuck?
Train, and it just is really, really fun. And it technically really replicates this vibe of an aim trainer. Now let's show you in real time how to do it. All right, let's show you in real time how to enable this. You need to go to the far right, or if you're facing down the far left, you need to go all the way up into this section here. You need to select a legend that can get you on top of this lift. In this example, I'm going to use Horizon.
Okay.
Once up here, you need to be in the center part right here on this ping. Now you need to crouch with a toggle so then you can move around and still be crouched. What you're going to do is you're going to drop your gun. When you drop your gun, you're going to switch legends. I'm going to bring up my menu here by pressing M. If you're on controller, just bring up the legend select screen. You're going to switch between legends. You're going to hear that click. Heard the audible click? Do not switch back immediately. Drop down. And you can switch back to your preferred legend. So let's go back to Horizon since at the moment that is my preferred legend. When we go all the way down here, you're going to notice that the target dummies are now running around. So this is now
that's very specific.
Process. Now, the next step in this process, what you need to do is make sure to eliminate each of the target dummies. So what we're going to do is eliminate each of them really, really quick. All eliminated. And you need to go immediately to the Scout of Action, click on it, and you're going to see all the target dummies spawn in just a second. Now, whenever they do, you can either be eliminated by them, drop your gun, or let the respawn timer reset. Now, when we do this, they're going to be here, and we're going to see another wave spawn behind them. Perfect. There we go. Now, it's going to get really chaotic. Then the next step to continue to do this is you need to eliminate all of them again.
Oh, I see. What the fuck?
Perfect. Go to the Scout of Action before they respawn, which I need a second to do so. Get here. Wait for them to spawn in.
How the fuck did someone found this bug?
And they're all going to be here, and they stay this way. Once you eliminate every single one of them, they stay this way going forward. Now, what we're going to do in segue to next, we're going to talk tips and tricks and talk about why this is beneficial.
That's actually crazy.
That there are so many of them, my gosh, and you can do this over and over.
Super useful.
Even whenever you do, they will still spawn in, and the only way to disable it is to go up here and do that clicking movement again, or you can just leave the test range and go back in. So let's segue to those tips. Let's sound off really quickly what this teaches. Number 1, it replicates strong target switching. Number 2, replicates a hot drop. Number 3, helps players adjust to pressure situations. Number 4, teaches you how to use cover when being fired at. Number 5, can practice movement when getting fired at by tons of target dummies. Number 6, it's a solid warm-up with various target switching. It's amazing. And number 7, again, it's just really fun. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like, the date, please.
Interesting. I don't think they're gonna keep it in, but fingers crossed. We'll see, I guess. Alright. Oh! What is this camera thumping? Jesus. Whoa. I want a finger like that. What? Alright, next one. This is so random. Good song, though. Good song.
In early 2015, a parody of the Who Would Win image macro.
1 trillion lions versus sun. Who would win? Solve with science. Huh?
In early 2015, a parody of the Who Would Win image macro circled the internet, pitting 1 trillion lions against the sun. Many responses came, none of them serious. Eventually, though, a few people began to apply math and science to this question. I read over these answers, and I feel that there are a few things that can still be expanded upon, all while diving into how we talk about large numbers, unanswered physics thought experiments, and obliterating our solar system through piles of animals. So, who would win? 1 trillion lions or the sun? Let's find out. First, we need to assess our competitors. In the right corner, we have the sun. The sun is a miasma of incandescent plasma. It's not on fire. The sheer amount of heat and energy from the sun can strip electrons from the nuclei of atoms, creating a soup of fast-moving, high-energy plasma particles. These then can collide with each other to create heavier elements and release even more energy, creating a massive, self-sustaining fusion bomb that constantly spews out high-energy electromagnetic radiation like visible light, UV, X-rays, and gamma rays.
Oh, God.
And then there are the lions. They eat antelopes and stuff. Hey, I never said this would be a fair fight, but the lions have a numerical advantage, right? Ian Stedman from the New Statesman calculated that 1 trillion lions would weigh 1.875 times 10 to the 14th kilograms, be 290 cubic kilometers in volume, and have a diameter of 8 kilometers.
Okay.
That means that this lion sphere is about twice as wide as Central Park, and nowhere near as pretty. The sun, on the other hand, is 51 kilometers across, and... Wait, hold on. Ha, seems I'm using a non-credible source. Hold on. Okay.
Wait, I just realized, fuck.
Much better. The sun is about 1.4 million kilometers across and has a mass of about 2 times 10 to the 30th kilograms, which is 10 quadrillion times as massive as the lion ball. At this point, it seems obvious who's going to win. The ball of lions being plunked into space won't have any
better
sort of
take
momentum
notes.
relative to the sun, so
There's gonna be
it'll
a
slowly
test
begin
at the end
fall
of the
towards
stream.
it. Since it won't be hindered by any type of air resistance, by the time that the ball reaches the corona, the outermost layer of the sun, it'll be traveling at over 400 kilometers per second. Then the ball will plummet through a thin but very hot soup of radiation and particles. Small bits of lion will slough off in a process called sputtering, as it smashes through thicker and thicker atmosphere, through the corona and the chromosphere, until it hits about the photosphere. There's not too much data about chucking things into the sun, but as the particle density increases, the sphere of lions should slowly break up and become balls of plasma that integrate into the sun like nothing ever happened. If we want to destroy the sun, we're going to need more lions. First, we can bend the rules a bit. Remember that whole 1 trillion thing? Well, it turns out that a trillion means different things to different people. In English-speaking countries, we count our magnitudes by the thousands. 1,000 thousandths is a million, 1,000 millions is a billion, etc. This is called the short scale. In French and Spanish-speaking countries, however, they count by the millions. A million's 1,000 thousandths, the same as in the short scale, but 1,000 millions is a milliard. A billion to them is a million millions. This is the long scale,
pushing it.
And a long scale trillion, then, is equivalent to a million million millions, or a short scale quintillion. That's a lot larger than before, but that's only a mass of 1.88 times 10 to the 20th kilograms, still way less than that of the sun. Though now we have a ball that's about 821 kilometers across, about half the size of the moon. Still not big enough to beat the sun, but at least now we can start talking about something interesting. When these lines enter the sun, they'll be so utterly destroyed that we can stop thinking of them as hair and claws and internal organs, and instead think of them as collections of elements. To my knowledge, nobody's run a lion through an ICP-MS before, but if you have, let's get in touch. Nevertheless, we can approximate their elemental composition with another mammal. We have data on humans, which, for our purposes, might as well be smaller, less hairy lions, so let's just use that. By weight, these lions would be 65% oxygen, 18% carbon, 10% hydrogen, 3% nitrogen, 1.5% calcium, and 1% phosphorus, with fractions of a percent in potassium, sulfur, sodium, and chlorine, and trace amounts of minerals like iron, copper, and magnesium.
Am I right?
That means that our lion ball has similar composition to a comet, which we know partly because we literally smashed into one in 2005 during the Deep Impact mission. When this comet falls into the sky, it may be able to cause a solar flare, but more than likely it'll just burn up, and the component elements will integrate with the rest of the sun, just as before. Even worse, the sun could use these elements for fusion, giving it more fuel and making it shine for even longer. Can these poor lions ever win? One potential method could be to compress these lions into a black hole. If we want our 1 trillion lions to become a black hole, we would need to compress them down to their Schwarzschild radius. The Schwarzschild radius is a property of anything with mass, basically giving a lower limit for how small something can be crushed before it's so dense that light would be unable to escape from it. For our ball of lions, the radius is 0.00279 angstroms. Take a deep breath. The length of the bond in an oxygen molecule that you just inhaled is 43,000 times longer than the lion black hole is wide. I have neither the knowledge, the credentials, nor the computational power to work out whether or not this lion micro black hole would even be detectable, let alone be able to engulf the sun, so I'll leave this point as an exercise for the viewer. But could lions ever beat out the sun without having to rely on a quirk of physics? Here's what I posit, a thought experiment, if you will. Can there ever be an amount of lions that can start nuclear fusion on their own? The logic here being that, if there are conditions for which lions can become a star, then maybe it's impossible for lions to ever be able to put out the sun. Otherwise, you could just take an arbitrarily large pool of lions and throw it into the sun to extinguish it. If the arbitrarily large pool of lions can trigger nuclear fusion in its own core before it gets so large that it collapses into a black hole, then maybe there will never be a way for lions to stop nuclear fusion. In order to get the lion ball to begin fusing, it needs to reach a temperature of 100 million Kelvin. In stars, this temperature comes from the collapse of large clouds of hydrogen gas, which can then sustain the process of nuclear fusion. In piles of lions, the only force that we would get would be the lions pressing against each other, which would lead to reasonably high temperatures and pressures, but it's lacking that oomph that would need to bring it to 100 million Kelvin. Well, since lions shouldn't be able to spontaneously undergo nuclear fusion, how big of a lion ball can we get before it becomes a black hole by size and mass alone? By comparing the change in the Schwarzschild radius to the change in the actual radius of a glowing sphere of lions, we can see that a pile of lions would spontaneously become a black hole when it reaches a radius of 5.01 times 10 to the 11th meter. This would require 1.8 times 10 to the 36th lions, and have a mass of 3.4 times 10 to the 38th kilograms. Now we're talking. If we threw together 3 times 10 to the 35th kilograms of lions, going a couple orders of magnitude below that upper limit, we might now be able to snuff out the sun. As this lion ball pops into existence, the whole solar system shifts its orbits. The sun begins to stretch as it falls toward the enormous planet of lions. This stretching and subsequent collision pulls the gases away from each other, decreasing the temperature and the number of plasma particle collisions. Eventually, the fusion will cease, and the gases will permeate into the lion sphere, and the entire solar system will be destroyed. And for what? Why create this cruel, cruel challenge? Surely lions were never meant to snuff out our only source of life in this cold, unforgiving universe. And as our green earth continues its descent into its liony grave, I hope that the person who created this challenge is able to realize the magnitude of the problems that they have created. Of course,
it's not done.
This is all pretty speculative. After all, as of 2018, the field of Leo astronomy is in its infancy, so surely we can expect more promising results in the future. Hey, if you're hearing this, that means you either enjoy this kind of content or you're a bot. If you like this kind of content, I have a whole series worth of this stuff you can check out here. And if you're a bot, I should have the next video in the series be on autoplay, so give that other one a watch too. Not like you have much of a choice.
Alright, I like it. You got good shit. You got good shit. My head a little bit hurt, but it's fine. It's some good content. Alright, next one. Saints Row premiere in 26 minutes. Ooh. 26 minutes. Okay. We got time, we got time. I'm down to check it out. Customization showcase. Doesn't sound like it's anything huge, but since it's 26 minutes, sure, why not? Why the hell not? Why the hell not? Oh my god. Okay. Now what though? Now what? Actually gotta refill my water and shit. And I gotta go to the next hallway because the neighbor's hallway, my another floor hallway, because the water in my hallway is kind of empty. So, you guys have like a where's this?
Come. I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come. I have come.
Right. God damn it, man. Good one. Good one. Alright, what should I leave you guys with, since I'm gonna go to the next hallway real quick. Emotional damage. Yeah. Oh fuck. Sorry. You know what? I'll leave you guys with OK Chem guy, the LTTstore.com guy. You might like him. He's kind of popular actually. What's a good video? I Can Die Now. Nice. God damn, most of Lina's videos are like 1 million to 2 million. Holy shit. Not bad, not bad. God damn. Building a 1 million computer. Mac gaming, okay. This looks fun.
The $1 million PC! It's alive!
The latest one? Wait, you still have one?
So much solid metal, I can't even believe
I already got
this thing!
the other one.
Oh my goodness!
The guitar one, right? And the bass one, right?
Hey, where'd it go?
We don't get to enjoy it yet. You gotta build it first, you silly goose.
Today's a very special day. We've unboxed everything.
Oh, you want the latest one? Wait, what was it again? This one seems interesting, but what is this? What is the latest one? Ah, it's just a fucking monitor. This looks more interesting.
We built up one
right, give me
of
a
the
sec. I'll be right back.
servers. By the way, big shout out Supermicro for building the rest of it. Love you guys. And now we are going to take the entire petabyte of SSD storage project, and we are going to assemble and power it on for the first time. And let me tell you, it's gonna take some power. Just like our sponsor is powerful.
Smart Deploy. Smart Deploy allows IT professionals to image and manage unlimited computer models with one Windows image. Search their library for your models and claim your free license worth over $500 at smartdeploy.com/Linus.
Look at how whomped this thing got.
I know, it got destroyed in shipping.
It looks like a Tesla.
Oh, that's just rude.
What's rude? That's accurate.
Compared to our server room, it's going to be great having actual access to the rack from all four sides.
Oh, see, that's not so bad anymore.
Are you not going to take it off, Jake?
Well, I'm trying to make it look pretty.
We're building a thing here.
This is $1 million rack. You can't have Tesla panel gaps and... Whoa, hold on. Look at this rack. You see how this has teeth here?
Yeah.
I think when you loosen these up, you just slide them.
Oh, that's awesome. The reason you might want to do that is depending on the depth of the components you're planning to install in your cabinet, it might be beneficial to have them much closer up here, or hey, maybe you got some super deep components you're going to install and you want to move them back.
Yeah, or the front if you want to pass through cables through the side.
Yeah, so let's have a look at this puppy. This is a power bar, and this is a power bar on meth. This baby don't stop. It'll do 24 amps at 240 volt AC, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of
6,000 watts.
And we're gonna need another then, I guess, right?
Yeah, there's another one somewhere.
Look at the thickness of this power cable. What's our plan in terms of layout? Did they send us a recommended plan, or are we just gonna YOLO it?
He didn't even send me a photo. So I think maybe we go off where the cage nuts are, but those don't seem to be in any sort of particular order.
Cool.
Let's just YOLO it, I guess.
Nice. I like it.
Oh, you know what? We might actually have to consider where we put stuff because we have pretty short cables.
While Jake's calling tech support like some kind of noob, I'm just gonna go for it. Dang it, I can't even get this box open. There we go. This is going really well so far. Where the heck are the screws?
I've hacked the mainframe, I've gotten the information. So the switch is gonna go backwards, HTX on the top, one storage server, and then the other 5.
Okay,
So
sure.
it should be pretty easy.
Also confirmed, these are just random because the cage nuts and screws that came with the hardware are just in there, so.
Nice.
I don't know what rack this is, but I don't think it's the one they used to do the testing.
They just gave us like, maybe it was already beat up.
Maybe.
They're like, this is the one that's been sitting in the warehouse for like 3 years. Nobody
I'm not
wants
gonna
it.
lie, I have no idea how these work.
Oh my God, what the oh God, I feel like such a noob. Something like that, maybe? It's designed like this because it's static. You're not really supposed to slide the switch out. There's nothing to service inside of it for the most part. Basically, all the things you're gonna need to touch, like put a replacement fan in, is all at the front or the back, so. Whoa. 1,100 watts for a network switch. Oh God. That's got a little too much sauce. I put it in like the minimum mode, so it should stop, but I guess it's still a drill. Sorry, NVIDIA. Wow, we don't really have that many screws. There's only 4 screws. Oh God. I guess if I just put one in the middle, that should be okay. Since the HGX is gonna go at the top of the rack, this is kind of what we need to put in first. I've been looking at the rails and they're not really like rails. It's kind of more like a shelf. You see, there's a bit of an indent back here that lines up with that guy, and I'm pretty sure this just goes in the rack, and then you slide the 150-pound HGX on top, and that's the only sliding mechanism. There's no actual rail. It's kind of scary that just this is holding that entire server up on both sides, but I don't see any other way that it works. So hopefully, you know, that works.
This thing is chonktastic. I could probably hang off it. Hold on, I'm gonna try.
Oh my God.
Hold on, ready?
You got that sort of finger strength? Oh, wow.
I maintain that being short is an evolutionary advantage for tech geeks.
Whatever you gotta tell yourself, buddy.
I mean, can you fit in a server cabinet?
Do I want to fit in a server cabinet?
Think of it kind of like the cool version of being stuffed into a locker.
I can't think of it. I've never had that happen. Definitely stuffed someone in a locker before. It was consensual, though.
Consensual.
The part that wasn't consensual is that we didn't let him out.
Consensual stuffing. Okay, go ahead and roll. Roll over on me, though. Okay. I'm the star.
You're our special little guy.
I'm not even the star. This server is the star.
This is a switch, but good try.
Put your switch in my face.
Oh, I'm gonna stuff your face with my switch. Backwards, other way.
Well, you're the one who handed it to me.
Yeah, well,
Look at how this guy tries to correct me. He's all like, oh,
jeez. You got it? You got the whole thing? That's all you?
Access to this thing is gonna kind of suck. It's not that deep.
Oh, we should have used rack studs.
Yeah, where are they?
Oh, okay, here, pause. Oh, they're so easy.
That's pretty awesome.
You doing it the right way?
Yeah.
Yours are just like 90 degrees off kilter, but I actually don't think it matters.
Okay.
I suppose we'll find out later.
Crap. I put mine in slightly the wrong spot.
Are you
See
kidding
how
me?
It's off
Oh
kilter?
my God.
I mean, they're so quick to move. Ah! Oh, ow. Oh my finger.
Ouch, that didn't sound good.
Damn it, that hurt.
You
I
okay?
just like jammed my finger into this. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not cut, so I don't have to fill out that stupid form. It's a good form. It's an important form. It's workplace safety related form.
He's just not going to make a claim against his own company.
Yeah, because that would be really stupid. Actually, there are situations where it could make sense. Like if I suffered a life-threatening injury and I couldn't work anymore.
And you were like in the hospital.
Yeah, I think I could actually claim against our company and it would make sense. Oh, that is so painless, except for when I got hurt.
Yeah, but that wasn't the rack stud's
Yeah,
fault.
it was really not.
These are sick, man. Just the fact that you don't have to hold it in place while you try to screw whatever it is in.
Yeah.
So nice. We'll have a link to these in the description where you can check them out.
Where's our next set of rails? I mean, are we just gonna put the compute in next? I kind of feel like we should.
Well,
I
what
feel
else?
like it's the right thing to do, Jake.
Oh, why are you taking that out?
Oh, it's too heavy.
Just to make it easier?
Yeah, we are not doing this as all one piece. It weighs
Can you carry this by yourself?
Freaking much. I'm not even sure.
You gotta be gentle. Oh God, this connector's in the back. Oh God. If you drop this, it would be game over.
I know.
I don't know why I just handed it to you.
There's no way NVIDIA would send us another one of these. It's crazy though, because even this is spectacularly heavy.
Hopefully this rack is still square.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna screw this one in for sure.
Yeah, imagine we forget we throw this thing on the forklift to move it around.
Oh, I don't want to think about that. It's traumatizing.
I think this server might be worth more than my life. I do have to say, I have a giant raging server right now, though.
I don't know if I want to touch it.
You want to touch it? Here.
I just
Here,
don't want
touch
to.
it. Here, touch it.
Okay. I'm uncomfortable. I just want, you gotta be careful about these PCIe
All right,
connections.
guide it in.
Okay.
Guide it in for me.
Tilt her up there, bud.
Okay.
God, it makes such awful noises.
I know.
Beauty.
Ooh. You know, if I'd thought ahead, I might have said maybe we should build her low, keep her bottom heavy.
I mean,
oh, there's so much copper in it.
No, I think it's okay.
Okay, all right.
As long as nobody like tries to tilt it.
Yeah.
We definitely should have waited until we had the rails put in down here before we put this thing in.
We'll be fine.
Go look at those rails though, they look awful.
Oh. Oh, really? I mean, at least it's clearly labeled back.
This
Okay,
is the server it's going on.
This almost definitely goes here. I see it.
You figured it out? Does it just clip on?
It's actually pretty straightforward and it just clips right on. It's actually kind of nice. All right, Supermicro. All right, we good, we cool. And here it is.
Kind of do it
Come on,
the right
buddy.
way.
Oh, shoot.
You just bend the
No. The cage nut is interfering with the slot above. Look, in my defense, the holes for the rack studs are square. So they
in my defense, rack units are square.
So they can go in anyway, okay?
Usually, yeah. We only had to take them all off once. We only have to do this 5 more times.
I know, right? It's always fun the first time, and then it's like, oh, after a while, but I'm still gonna have fun. I committed.
Did I miss anything cool?
Yeah, I'm in.
Keep it straight. Beauty. And you can screw that
That's
in
a
if you want.
giga
If we took our
server.
rack studs off one more time, we could cable manage it now, and it would actually be.
Well, I forgot, it's not a
Think
server,
it'll
it's a
fit. Where
fucking
are they?
PC.
I think they're in this crate that you conveniently put the box on top of.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done
God.
this. Oh god.
Oh God.
Y'all plug your computer in with a cable like this?
You plug your pooter in?
Your pooter? Y'all plug your pooter in like this? Whoa, that's some abuse.
Ah, mint.
Oh, look at that.
Imagine if our server room had cable management like that.
I know, right? Okay,
Miss
you gotta
me
stop putting
doing your
screwdrivers on
mom.
the floor. You just put them on the floor when you're done.
Yeah.
No wonder you worry about losing screwdrivers.
Wait.
I mean,
Jake's
when you
all
got
like, oh,
12
the
minutes.
screwdriver's black, I'm gonna lose it. Look where the other one is. He just puts stuff on the floor when he's done with it. What, were you raised in a barn?
Look, when you got like 17 different tools you're using, and there's no cart to put them, I don't have that many pockets. No, get away, get away.
No, I'm trying to help
I'm
you.
using mine. No, no, no.
Look, I found
No.
the screwdriver. Use
Back,
nature's screwdriver.
Don't cross swords with me.
Now, does it matter which server goes where?
No,
Okay.
because it's just networked, right?
Let's just grab another one.
wanna put it on top of there then, I guess?
This is some nerd dream though.
Okay, the race
This
is on.
is some
You got that
beast
one?
looking
I got
PC
this one.
or computer.
Here we go.
What? You're already starting. That's cheating.
Yeah, well, yours is on a cart.
I feel like I'm putting stuff on the floor again. I'm such a
Yeah,
bad
Jake.
guy.
Way to go.
Well, I'm taking the rack. You don't need it.
Wait, what is this? Wait, what? You get to use the rack as a work surface?
What? I don't know. You picked the box. You got
That
lots of
is-
space on the box.
I did not pick the box. You pointed me at the box.
Wait, there's a box of stuff in here.
I'm gonna take
Do we know what this is for?
the top spot.
Look.
What?
Screws.
Ah, we don't need them.
See you later.
Ah, Jake! Wait, which ones are my racks?
I don't know. Sounds like a you problem.
Rails, rather. Oh yeah, I'm so far ahead right now, you guys.
I don't think you are, honestly.
This is madness.
You lose.
What do you mean I lose? It's not in yet. No! Crap!
Oh, is that heavy?
It's gonna be a lot of work for the editor to blur.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just blur the whole boy. Blur him for a while. I've had enough of his face.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. You hear the noises? That's failure.
You know what I call it? Completion! Get out of here!
Nerd, big nerd.
I'm in, boys!
He cheated. There you go.
That's so loose. You know what, though? Silly race
I love
aside,
it.
that was really fast to install. I've got an idea to get the last server out here. Oh! That box collapsed.
Oh, God. You sure about this?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you just going to pass it to
Look
me?
at me, I'm Oscar the Tech Crouch. Hey, get out of here. What the f is wrong with you kids? Don't know your ABCs yet. Get a job.
Yeah, that's what my parents have been telling me.
I mean, don't help or anything, Jake.
We're not racing on this one.
No. Not necessary.
Oh, we didn't even talk about the servers again.
Oh, that's right. We did a video where we showed the servers, but the configuration that we ended up using is actually even faster than what we showed then. We already covered that there's 256 gigs of RAM, a
256
400 gigabit per second in network connectivity,
Jesus Christ.
and 64 total CPU cores. But what we didn't mention,
Yeah, these are actually overclocked. I think what they said is 3.7 gigahertz on all cores
Oh my
for these
God.
nodes, and then I believe the HGX, which is the big one with the GPUs, is 3.6 or so. The folks at Kioxia turned these things up to 11. It's not necessarily that you would need it to run a config like this, it's just that you want it when you want to go absolute balls to the walls, maximum possible performance, keep these network cards fed, keep the storage fed. It's just, it's I don't even know what to say. I'm lost for words. Absolute madness.
the really mind-blowing thing about the price of this is that the kinds of organizations that buy this kind of equipment, they don't buy one.
Yeah, they buy a
They
data
buy a
center's worth. And
lot.
that's after they already spend tens of $millions building said building to put the servers in.
For those of you who are new to this project, these are Kioxia's CD6 data center drives. These are 15.3 terabytes each, and every one of these bays is full.
72.
Yes, 72. And the reason that we have to have 6 separate servers, each with dual overclocked epics inside, is that in order to push
Dual
the kinds
epic?
of data rates that all these drives can do at once, you just need a ton of CPU.
Jesus
As for this head
Christ.
unit, it's got 128 epic CPU cores as well as 8 of NVIDIA's A100 top-tier data center GPUs. And this guy does what again exactly?
Well, when you have this much storage, it becomes a little difficult to create a load that can actually make use of all of it. That's the intention of this thing.
This is just a load generator.
Literally a load generator. I mean, we're talking like 200
Big
gigabytes
servers,
a
exactly.
second.
Yeah.
I know it's talking a lot of
more casual with the expensive
you know,
direct
nerdy
attached copper cable
terms.
stick. Jeez.
But all you guys gotta know is that
make it
it's a
fast.
super powerful
200 gigabit
computer.
per second each. It's one of those things where this hardware could be dead, and I would still be excited to just play with it.
What?
Like, honestly, it's just, look at these connectors.
Dude, that looks so cool.
If that doesn't get your motor running, I don't know what will. There are actually circuit boards. There's actual logic built into these modules.
Oh, you already watch it?
So
I
whether
see.
you're using direct attached copper like we are, or fiber, in which case you have to convert from copper to a light-based signal, there is some translation work that needs to be done in the cable, which is one of the reasons that these are so flippin' expensive. 1.6 terabits per second.
1.6 terabits.
It's a little cold in here too.
I've got really bad news.
Per second. What the fuck, bro?
Changed the plugs.
Shut up.
In the shop. It used to be a 3-pole 30 amp, and now it's a 3-pole 20 amp. That's really bad.
Oh no.
We can at least plug this one in. This will plug in behind the laser.
Already watch every fit?
Half
I see.
of our power.
Fellow
We
nerds,
confirmed
let's
it.
go.
Thank you, Jacob. The 3-phase 220 volt was removed and replaced with two 110 volt 20 amps. What if we just grab a bunch of our filming extension cords and
Yeah, I think there is.
Plug 'em in.
I think there is enough shop.
and drag them over here?
The only problem potentially is if this was spec'd out at 208 volt, because I mean it's an 800 watt power supply without a 1200 width. But there's two.
Should be okay.
1600 watts for 2 epics and some storage. I think it's probably fine.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
This looks great, Jamie. I think we should be
still
good
have
to go
time?
with this.
Okay.
5 minutes, okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, we might not have enough time for this, so let's just skip.
We're up to 18 amps, boys! Closing in on 5,000 watts!
This is such a cool visualization. I love it.
Oh no! It's almost worth 400 grand. Okay, to be clear, it has like other redeeming qualities. One failure.
4 drives aren't working? That's like curiously exactly these two. I bet you a cable is just loose inside.
Gotta be internal.
Yeah.
Is this the one we worked on?
No, it's not.
Oh, really? Oh, it might have just gotten rustled in shipping.
Yeah,
That's the
I'm
thing
sure.
that happens. And we didn't open them all up and...
So maybe we should just reseat them.
Yeah,
all.
let's just give it a little reseat on all the NVMe connectors.
I'm glad it's not the server we messed with.
Yeah, me too. That would have been really embarrassing. And 1, 2, 3, hop ho!
I don't know if this file system is designed to run on a single node, but imagine if we could get Wannik to run on this. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, Weka, hey, sup, huh? We may actually be able to tell right away. Sometimes it'll just access all the drives as part of the boot sequence, and we can see if they're all flashing.
Oh my God, Scepter
Okay,
monitor.
hold on a second. I gotta talk to the viewers for a second here, okay? Luke's safe, okay? We got all the float plane subscribers. They get that exclusive content, all that
Wow.
stuff. But this man, Nick Light, ladies and gentlemen, if you do not register to order a screwdriver and a backpack, he's in danger, okay?
He's gonna lose his job.
Are all the drives there?
Yeah, there's no more alerts anymore, which is great.
Buy it,
You
chat.
know what's so crazy? These NVMe drives are so fast that with those 4
I
drives down,
got the feeling. I got the feeling again. I got the chills. This is so cool.
Yeah, with the 3 drives down, we actually lost a couple percent
I love him.
protection, and it was rebuilding. And then when I put the drives back in, now everything's happy again. It rebuilt from like 98% to 100% protected in like a minute. It's fast.
Oh, wow.
So fast.
Guys, resilvering a hard drive configuration of this kind of capacity
Takes like 2
is a
days.
multi-day operation,
Yep.
okay? To see something like that done on the order of seconds or minutes rather than hours and days?
Crazy.
Wow.
Funniest thing happened. I went to mount the file system on the Big Chungus. Turns out the
Big
clocks on the
Chungus.
servers are out of sync enough that it won't mount.
Oh, wow.
It's not connected to the internet. We can't just like go, you know, ping Google Time. So I'm setting up the local Windows Time server on this Windows 11 machine so that I can go on each machine and go update NTP from this client. Are you ready?
Ready?
Oh my God! Have you ever seen it like that? Oh
Are we gonna show them yet?
no. No.
The truth is,
No!
we were planning to tease you guys this whole time, and you're gonna have to wait till the next
What?
part for us to run it through its paces.
What? I'm doing that.
What we'll tell you now is about our sponsor.
FreshBooks. Now, I'm going to go ahead and guess that you're not an accountant, which is why you're going to love this software. It's built for freelancers and small business owners who don't...
Okay, what? Alright. Alright, Saints Row showcase in 60 seconds, people. Alright, let me full screen for this shit. This is pretty fucking poggy. Kinda poggy. Kinda poggish, man. Kinda poggish. Alright. 60 seconds remaining. Victory. Chat going fast, yeah. I mean, it's only 2,300 viewers. Not like huge, but like, you know, it's Saints Row. They're bound to be big time. Big chungus. You know? La 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 la. I wonder what we think for. Harder. Let's see. Oh! Okay, that scared the fuck out of me. So loud. This video will determine whether I'll get Saints Row or not. Nah, it's just nothing. It's just an ultimate customization. If it's gonna determine if you're gonna pre-order or not, I guess. But me, I'm just gonna wait for like a review copy of the game, like a review from people. Then again, I guess we'll see, you know? I guess we will see. Let me upload the other stuff first. Alright, gotta head to bed. Take care, boys. Alright, Akila. Have a good sleep, man. Thank you for stopping by. See you on the next one. Good night. I'll see you around. Alright, here it is. Full screen. Another 1 minute. Okay, fuck her. God damn it. I hate it when they do that. Countdown, and then another countdown, and then another countdown. Why? God damn it. What's the point? I'm pretty sure Saints gonna... Saints, are you gonna pre-order this shit? Probably gonna, right? Let us know about review and shit, okay? Because I'm gonna wait for, like, you know, the reviewers, obviously. Oh, you're not gonna? Ooh, interesting. Oh, the subtitle is not English.
It's about time you guys all showed up. Hi, I'm Mika Burton, and we have got a lot of ground to cover here in Santo Ileso, the new home of Saints Row. We are about to go on a deep dive on tons of all that Saints Row customization has to offer. And we will also meet the devs. So let's jump in and get a better idea of what Saints Row customization is all about.
All right.
Saints Row gives you the ultimate freedom to express yourself in the weird Wild West. You've never seen anything like this before, so buckle up.
Out here, it's every boss for themselves.
The graphics kind of aight.
We're gonna give you the lay of the land.
Gotta be honest.
Craft your perfect boss, your fleet
It's nothing next gen, I would say.
crew, and even your Saints HQ. It's time to build your.
It's more like a current gen.
Style.
People come to Santo Ileso from all over because it's a place that bleeds attitude. Here, you do you.
Looks that steel.
In Saints Row, show off your personal clothing style.
From shirts, pants, shoes, and hats to full combos, underwear, overwear, and even socks.
Wow. The flying thingy.
It all starts at the top. Customize and style every hair on your head, down to your eyebrow color.
Wow.
Anyone can build their entire look around anything, like skin.
Oh.
Control the type, texture, tint, gloss, scars, and even muscle and vein definition. Make both sides of yourself uniquely different. Asymmetrical face customization is a first, so smear on some lipstick, add ink, clown out your face, or just act your age for once.
Oh yeah, looking real mature in those form-fitting undies.
Hey, working on it. It's about shaping the whole package.
Whoa. Well, that's kind of cool.
But it's not just the looks that kill.
PP.
Pick the voice that speaks to you and flex your mood with emotes guaranteed to provoke a reaction from the crowd. Maybe not always the one you're looking for, but hey, fuck 'em, right?
Fuck 'em.
Better is if you put on a fucking shirt.
The fuck?
Arrive in style with vehicle customization. With over 80 rides to collect.
Oh shit, vehicle also have?
Killing the garage.
I guess of course.
Go deep under the hood, customizing all your rides. Load up on exotic parts and pieces, modify that body, change paint, add grime, make that engine growl, and boom, a whole new boss-worthy masterpiece.
Ching.
Wow, all that and you won't even brag about souping up your wheels.
Wheels like this speak for themselves.
Boost performance with upgrade kits, acceleration, nitro, raw speed, and make your chariot battle ready.
Oh shit.
Go above and beyond with signature abilities. Think boss-worthy maneuvers like crab steering, make your own wrecking ball, or
Yeah, the car looks pretty nice.
to launch your success to new heights.
Ah, weapons.
You can
What
look
the
as
fuck?
slick as you want in your customized ride all day, but sooner or later, you're gonna need the perfect weapon.
Change almost every aspect of your weapon's looks. Adjust the material, including the color on individual parts. Change texture.
I'm not really gonna mess around with this
Make
one.
it rough or smooth. Add decals to
But it's cool to
Looks
have.
are just skin deep, right? Why not swap the whole model? Wanna pack that RPG into a guitar case? Yeah, I get the reference, Mr. Mariachi.
Some people would definitely like that.
Your friends your Saints vehicles. They all gotta fit together. Tie the collective image into one unified criminal masterpiece.
All right, listen up. The church will become your go-to HQ. It's a real fixer-upper that you can customize. As the Saints grow in power.
Or, dreaming one level higher, head on up to HQ's second floor, where you can mastermind all your criminal ventures across the entire city.
Yeah, looks like we can just agree to disagree on who does boss better.
Why? Feeling overwhelmed by my outrageous choices?
A true boss is never overwhelmed.
Oh, we can most definitely agree on that.
Is that it? Is that it? Huh? Oh, there's more.
Wow.
Never
That was
mind.
a lot to take in all at once. But let's talk to the real rock stars, the devs, about all of this crazy.
The rock star.
customization you guys
Say it.
saw.
They say that.
Oh, hey, Volition team, what's up?
What's up, Mika?
Hey. I absolutely loved the trailer, but for me, I have to say it's raising a couple of more questions than it's answering. But I say that as a total compliment. So let's start with player choice, right? What can you tell me about it?
We have 8 different presets that you can choose from, and using those, go straight into the game, or you can modify a little bit to make it more of your own.
I love the quick start elements of it, because I know for myself, when you dive into a game the way you plan to spend about 60 plus hours in it, I want to spend time in customization because you enjoy it, but you don't want to spend too much time in it, right?
The strength of going in and just picking preset levels from a starting point provides so many options.
It's kind of cool that they really showcase their
I want you to make
wide
me an
variety of
instantly recognizable
customization.
face. How do we go about that?
Sure, we have a few preset options here too. We can make like a baby type of face. You can make a very recognizable face in terms of the features. But what would really be recognizable would be, a face that's half one way and half the other, like a truly asymmetrical face. When we go to some of the options here, we're going to the eye options right now. We're gonna mess around with the depth, mess around with the height a little bit. And you can start to see on the left side of that face, you can start
Oh
to
my
see the
God.
eyes drop down a little bit. But like I said, once you start working with a face that is technically 2 faces, I feel that's truly recognizable. So there's a lot of options around here, comparing with the eyes, the ears, the nose. There's a lot of different ways to really make a face that's truly, memorable for any player.
Absolutely. And how do I customize my hair? I'm really hoping it's easier than like in real life.
It's absolutely easier than in real life. There are plenty of hairstyles to choose from, all different kinds of colors to choose from as well, and I really love the different textures and styles of hair that we have. It's not
Jesus
just
Christ,
different
okay,
cuts
that's
and
creepy.
lengths, but there are braids, there's ponytails, there's a lot of different options to choose from.
I love to hear all of that.
My favorite detail of face customization is probably messing around with the eyes and the cheeks. I think like the eyes are very expressive, so I always like to mess around with the heights and like the different colors and even different presets we have to show off different contact, the different mesmerizing eyes, trippy eyes.
I guess it's kind of cool though.
I really like our makeup and our scars. There's a lot of different ways to make your character all the more personalized and more custom to you and what your boss looks like, just by giving them a really nice eyeliner look or maybe a couple of battle scars.
But I would go crazy on it.
You can make yourself whatever your idea of awesome is with extensive body and clothing customizations. So guys, what are my options for sculpting my character's physique? Can I choose the shape and size? What's actually possible here?
You have a lot of possibilities when it comes to changing your size and your physique. Whether you want to look more like a bodybuilder with cap delts and really like striated quads, you can do that. If you want to have a smoother look, you can do that. You can pretty much have the character look however you want. And that goes from figure, chest size, groin size. We also have prosthetics. So if you want to have like hand and leg prosthetics, you can customize your body that way also.
That's pretty cool. And technically skin is one of the first layers of outerwear. So what can we do there?
We can change skin tint, we can change texture. There are plenty of different shaders to choose from as you play the game.
Oh Jesus Christ,
and unlock those.
that's
You
pretty
can have
big.
broken glass or galaxy to really
Goddamn.
maximize how unique you look. There are different colors as well, so if you wanted to be from the Blue Man group, you probably could be.
And what if I wanted to express myself with some ink? Can I get tattoos as well?
Absolutely. We've got the whole body covered from head to toe, face, neck, arms, legs, chest, torso, and back.
That's so cool.
Fucking
the saying
censorship, so
goes,
dumb.
clothes do make the person. So let's dive into some outfits.
Head-to-toe customization with your outfits. You can have helmets, you can have hats, you can put glasses on, you can have something across your face.
We clearly brought back layered clothing. So players, you can have a shirt with a hoodie on top of that, with a jacket over top of that. We really tried to ramp up the granularity that you can use in terms of really editing your character's clothing. You can do whatever you want in this game. You have a lot of ways to really express yourself in terms of your clothing.
That sounds phenomenal, and I feel like there's probably even more ways I can express myself. Can you dive in a little bit about those?
Sure. You can express yourself with your voice. I mean, we have 8 different voice options that range from serious to kind of absurd.
This game ain't gonna play itself.
And there's also a whole bunch of emotes that you can do to where you can have like
oh my god, it's emote, guys!
And different emotes where it actually modifies your
oh my
like,
god!
You can keep down the road, looking like you're creeping around. Rather than do it in a place, you can actually walk down the entire game and play that animation.
And now, a word from our sponsor.
Is that old reliable not so reliable no more? Oh, it's got spirit all right, but the body can't keep up. Just ain't as rugged as it used to be. Now you can haul it off to the junk heap, or you can bring it on down to Jim Rob's, where we'll give that beater a new lease on life. Maybe it just needs a new ticker, or some body work and a fresh coat of paint. Whatever it takes, our team's got the goods and the know-how to give that.
I guess it's just kind of like a lore building.
Because even an old car can learn new tricks at Jim Rob's.
Jim Rob's.
You can roll in style with one of the deepest customization pools available in the game, vehicle customization. You can spend hours, if you want, in the garage altering just about any part on your sweet, sweet rides.
The face.
Let's start with curated collections of vehicle add-ons with the presets.
We have over 80 vehicles for players to find, collect, and customize. Each of them offer a preset.
The fuck is that? Was that a fucking boat?
Of choices that radically change the look of the vehicle with a single click.
And paint is of obvious interest here when it comes to car customization. How deep do those options go?
We offer a wide variety of different paint types. I believe we actually have 6 of them that you can pick from, and they range anywhere between a sleek matte to iridescent pearlescent.
There are plenty of mods to choose from.
Oh shit, animated.
From your ornament hood to your back trunk. There are lots of different bumpers you can
kind of
choose
Rocket
from,
League
fenders,
vibe.
hoods. You can even change your roof if you wanted to.
You can even change up just your side panels, or you can even make.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like a game that's very sandboxy.
You can choose a low profile tire, a higher profile tire. You can change the axle height of your wheels, and you can also change the hubcaps.
And you can modify these either on individual axles or both at the same time.
And how about the sound when I roll up in my sweet ride? The engine, the horn?
You have quite a few options when it comes to the audio here. You have different options for the engine, the horn, and also your transmission. If you want to pull up with a really loud muscle car sounding engine, but you want to bump a horn, coming through like you come from the clown circus or whatever, then you can do that.
It's just so much fun to be able to drive around and antagonize pedestrians with my clown car horn.
And say I'd want to give my lift a special lift, if you know what I'm saying. Any specialized equipment options?
Absolutely. There's nitrous available for your car, so you can get that extra boost to get away from the cops if you're on the run.
I mean, most of these are kind of like...
So there's going to be a lot of driving out there. There's also a towing
What's the word?
cable, so you
Like, you
can
kind of
connect your
expected
car
it,
to
is it not?
different objects to take them with you wherever you go.
You have different upgrade kits that once you fully
Maybe I'm
level
wrong?
them up, it'll unlock a special ability. You can definitely upgrade your car's your speed, performance, durability. You do have the ability there in terms of an upgrade kit for all vehicles, and each vehicle has a unique upgrade tier.
That includes all of our watercrafts.
It's not next gen?
Hoverboard, VTOLs, helicopters, all have the same kind of customization choices.
Last
true.
thing on this widely expansive topic, let's talk a little bit about signature abilities.
So when you're trying to get away from the cops, whoever's chasing you.
But I guess it's gonna be really sucks for them to release the game at the end of the year, and it's not a next gen.
Very small steps around. You can really
You know?
corner precisely to help get away from the cops.
Yeah, there's also ball and chain. You
Small
drag
studio of
a
idiots,
giant
of course
metal
it's
ball
not.
behind you, which is great when there's pursuit vehicles trying to stop you, as you swing it around and knock them from being a threat.
My favorite one is ejector seats because it means that you can wingsuit from virtually anywhere so long as you have that unlocked in your car. There's also
It just kind of like,
in case people don't know how to stay in their lanes while you're driving, or if you want an additional.
you know, Saints Row's its own thing, but some people will definitely gonna compare this to GTA 5.
You finally unlock it. And there's also some story-related ones that you will end up seeing, but we're not quite ready to share that just yet. So you'll have to wait and see what those end up entailing.
I know what you guys are all thinking. What about my piece, right? Well, we've got tons of weaponry with tons of choice over the aesthetics. And with freedom over where you can customize them, you should have no trouble finding that special sidearm. So how far can I go changing material and colors?
You can color any part of the gun that you want, from the body all the way down to the minor parts.
Well, just like on cars, I kind of like stickers. I want to put them all over. So what's available in the decal department?
There are plenty of decals available. We have decals based on the Wild West, or if you want to be really fun and colorful, there's also really cool, bright, more fanciful stickers.
I'm loving all of these details for visual customization, and I really like how my weapon fires, but I want to 100% change the look. Am I asking too much there?
No, you're not asking too much at all. This is actually one of my favorite features in the game because you can actually
This is
change how
cool.
your weapon looks. Like for example, I know with the rocket launcher, that's one of my favorite ones. You can turn that into a guitar case. There's also another one
It's kind of like
enjoy
really cool
when it comes to an
customization.
assault rifle, you can turn it to like an umbrella. So if you think back to like a penguin, like back, you know, it's almost like you have like an assault rifle that's an umbrella, like a potato cannon. And I think you can turn one of the melee bat, the spike bat, into a pinata bat. So that's a fun one as well.
I really like the cardboard weapons a lot. Those are probably like my favorite ones. We have so many fun gimmicky weapons like that in the game where when you shoot the weapon or you use the weapon, it doesn't necessarily do what you would expect a weapon to do. There's some really, really cool gameplay elements that unlock a lot of weapons that sort of turn the combat on its head.
Got the munchies? If you have the cash, come try our stash. Chalupa Cabra, Santo Ileso's favorite monster food truck. We'll hook you up with hit after hit of farm-fresh
Hit
local
after
source product
hit.
and hard-to-find imported delicacies you won't find at those other food trucks. And we cook custom-made designer dishes to order. Chalupa Cabra, monster food for a monster appetite.
All right. They show
So
extra.
let's talk about the armory, located at the center of the church, Saints HQ. So how does it compare to all of those things that I can do at, say, Friendly Fire?
The HQ has got a lot more convenient locations to access things like their weapons.
Okay, but what about my look? Can I change my wardrobe here? Is this different than using the Style app?
You can change your clothes just the same as you could in the Style app, and you can save all of these outfits as presets that you can dress into anytime.
This place, as we discussed
Okay,
before, also comes with a
expected,
garage.
expected.
But what would Jim Robs think of me taking my business here instead of there?
Yeah, so it really becomes this active hub for choices before you go back out and get to work.
Yeah, anything that you've purchased from Jim Robs will be available right at HQ. Throughout Saints HQ, you'll find these pedestals where it looks like it just needs a little something. You'll have access to a variety of collectibles that you can use to decorate your HQ, and you can switch them out at any time, and there's so many to be discovered.
Is there a dress code here for my Saints? You know, I want to customize my crew. Nobody's showing up in bathrobes, right?
Only if you want them to. You can have them dress in a plethora of styles, different themes, different aesthetics. You can set the dress code however you want to.
Not only that, you can actually set up all the vehicles that your crew rolls up in. So if you want them to roll up maybe into a monster truck, you can have them do that.
Well, I can't wait to roll up in a crew of a K-pop girl group all dressed out in pink diamond glittery boots. It's gonna be phenomenal.
Please invite me. I want to be part of that crew.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yes, I have my crew. A feature of this game I really like is that Santo Ileso keeps it real with brick and mortar stores. So where should I explore those and how do those work?
So you can actually find these brick and mortar stores all around the city, and your map can help guide you there to those different brick and mortar locations. You will see some old fan favorites such as Leather and Lace, but you'll also find plenty of new ones to discover as well. There's also another pop-up shop that is Roger's favorite, which is Botos the Cutas.
Y'all know how I am.
and it sells these boots that have these boot
What
tips
the
that go
fuck?
really far up, and they have cobra shapes.
Given that this is HQ, it seems like the perfect place to mastermind. I don't know if I'm getting too off topic, but while I have you lovely devs here, what is up with
I
the
can
second
make
floor?
all my saints as
So you found the Criminal Empire table, which is the
Fair
Saints
enough.
war map for expanding across the city. Now, Criminal Ventures, the feature accessible here, isn't necessarily customization, but there's a lot of choices to be made. What venture you're going to build and where you're going to build it. 14 different locations to expand upon. And as you build across the city, you're going to shape the city landscape with your choices.
We've gone over a lot today, all these customization features, and I know that Saints Row is a huge game. I mean, I saw that map. My God, the amount of hours that we will be spending in this game. But I have to know, over everything, what is you guys' favorite extra or low-key feature we maybe didn't get
How
to talk
long?
about today?
I wonder how
I
long this
love
game's gonna
that we don't have anything gender specific. You
I guess
can
we'll see.
hide the nudity in the game, or you can choose not to, and you can choose to block that.
I love messing around with the food trucks. I like really personalizing to more of my style. And look at that, you can put the tacos on top of the weenie truck. There's so much to do.
Suntans are one of my favorite choices in the skin selections. They always make me laugh.
Are they bringing back barbershops?
We've already gone through so many
I
cool
feel like it's not
customization
gonna be,
features today, and it was really
considering,
awesome taking a deep dive on Saints Row with
you
you
know,
guys. I know you're so
it's
hard
part of the
for something
customization.
new, so is there anything we should be on the lookout for as fans?
I know everybody wants to dive in and play with these tools, create their perfect boss, but what I can confirm is that something is coming out that will let you do that. Create your own boss, express yourself, and that'll all happen before the game releases on August 23rd.
So just look forward to hearing more from our socials and from SaintsRow.com just to get the opportunity to possibly play with these tools.
Wow.
Well, if you're like me, you guys are already packing your bags for Santo Ileso. And you know what? While we're here, I just want to give a huge shout out of thanks to Brian Traficante, Danielle Benthine, Kenzie Lindgren, and Roger Smith for taking me through this weird, wonderful, wild west of customization options in the new Saints Row. From serious to silly, badass to monstrously absurd to the wildly unexpected, one thing is for certain. You'll have all the tools you need to make yourself truly self-made. I'm Mika Burton. Adios, amigos.
I mean, it's just kind of like a hype trailer for people who's already really hyped for this. I do feel like, which is cool. That's what marketing, proper marketing, do. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. It's still August though. It's not anytime soon. It's not anytime soon. So, kind of just chilling, man, I feel like. Just kind of chilling. I guess I can have fun with this, but it's not a masterpiece, I'll be honest. I mean, like I said, I feel like this game is special for people who really been anticipated with this. You know? Or like a long-time fans, like Saints. So, yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Like I don't even have any take on the game as in right now at all, because the game is just so fucking long, like the release date. So I guess we'll just see. Is it worse for OG fans? Unfortunate. But I can see what you mean, because it's like they take a completely different take. I guess hence that's why it's called a reboot, right? Not a sequel. Because I feel like if they're gonna make a sequel, I don't know. There's so many factors that I can see why they're not going for the sequel instead. I can see it. But yeah. Well, anyways, chat, I'm gonna end it here. Oh, it's been fun. So I feel like the time's good enough. Not too long, not too short. Good enough, gook enough. Brand new video? New video what? Asians got parent? Okay, this is a long video. And it's 2Z violin. Okay. Keep it for next stream. I'm down for this. We'll keep it for next stream, okay? I'm done. I love 2Z violin. I fucking love him. I fucking love, dude, I haven't watched him for so long. Goddamn. Been a while. These are the guys that really makes me wanna try fucking what do you call it? Violin. God, I wish I can play violin in my apartment. It's just not possible. Because how fucking loud violin is. God damn it. There's Uncle Roger and Stephen Hay. Yeah. I saw it in the fucking description. And the fucking thumbnail. Next time, dude. Next time. Because we're already past the end time, people. Get ended here, people. Oh my god. Thank you guys all. Though for watching. It's been fun. Didn't really do much today other than just drawing and react Andy. That's also because I didn't stream earlier than the usual. I actually work out a little bit earlier before stream. So it feels nice. Feels kind of like, you know, I kind of need it. Pretty cool. Although next stream, since today is Wednesday, next stream is gonna be on Friday. Because, you know, I don't stream on Thursday, but we'll see. Because, you know, like I said, you never know. Art thou raideth today? We could do some raid. But before that, I want to thank everyone who contribute extra to the stream for being so nice and generous. I want to thank you. Oh my. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, it's a lot of fucking bitsies. But I thank you once in with the 2, 4, 6 with the 800 bits. It's a little very spamming fucking Obamas and Kanye West. Looks like really liking it. Pain with the $2. Goddamn. Also with the fucking TTS. And also Kaylin. 2, 4, 6, 8. 1800 bitsies. Jesus fucking Christ. You guys all fucking crazy. Thank you guys all so much. Appreciate, much love. I'm glad though that you guys are liking the TTS feature. It's actually fucking hilarious. I love it. Can't wait to see more. But yeah. Hopefully we'll get the more updated feature in the future because you know, I wanna let people also use it on a channel points, so a lot more people can use it. It'll be fun. But that's all for today. Thank you guys all for watching. Also, by the way, if you guys want to check out the drawings that we did today, which is just 2 sketch requests, I upload all of them on the Discord in the panel down below if you haven't joined up. But I always upload all of them over there. So yeah, those 2. If you guys want to check it out, and the other sketch requests and other things as well, everything's in the Discord panel down below. Join up the trap house if you guys also want to hang out with peeps off stream. And also I also do upload my arts usually, most of the time, on Twitter. Sometimes on Instagram as well, if I don't forget. Both of them in the panel down below. Check them out, check them out. Follow the channel and stuff if you haven't as well. But yeah, I think that's all for today. I think that is all. I think that is all. Alright. So again, thank you. Appreciate everyone for the support. Now, who to raid, peeps? Who do we raid today? Goddamn. Oh! My boy is still streaming. Now, I'm pretty sure some of you guys don't even know. But we might as well read him. Since I actually rarely still stream, or usually he already finishes stream, or he start way later after my stream. So it's rare to see him streaming right now. Lucas! That's right. We gotta raid Lucas. He's doing Hunt Showdown. So let's check him out. As you guys know, if you are ASAP, you know what to do, people. You know what to do. You can spam the schmo rate in the chat just like that. But if you're not ASAP, that is completely okay. You guys can spam whatever you want. The point is to share love to them as you guys share love with me today. Okay? Cock. I don't think you have cock. But I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine with Lucas, but maybe small rate with I don't know. Yeah. Keep it chill, yeah? Okay. Alright. Alright, with that being said, once again, thank you guys all for watching. Thank you everyone for chilling on the chat till the end of the stream. Thank you, Disaster Pain, Saints Flow, Kaylin, Aquila, and everyone else who look in the chat with the stream open in the background. Thank you, appreciate much love. I'll see you guys on the next one, which is gonna be Friday or tomorrow, depends. Keep an eye out on Discord. And as always, take care, much love, and stay healthy. Bye bye, Johnny.